Chapter 305. That was a dark era for the major forces. It was like a king of the forest had suddenly died. Without a leader, some monkeys jumped out. They wanted to call themselves king, but they also had to face the attacks of the other kings of the forest. In the dark and chaotic era, many experts died. The local forces were no match for the foreign forces. As for those forces that had only been established for 1,000 years, they were at most a group of monkeys that had not yet grown up. How could they fight against a fierce tiger? In that era, the local forces suffered heavy casualties. The battle was one-sided from the start. At that time, a person appeared in the southern region. Ao Baichuan, a mysterious expert. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew which force he belonged to. When the local forces were no match for him, he appeared. He was dressed in black and was extremely imposing. He was like a giant of heaven and earth, blocking all the attacks of the foreign forces. He was surrounded by 108 large flags. They shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. The large flags swayed in the air, forming a terrifying killing formation with peerless power. On that day, the sky changed color. The wind swept the clouds, and the large flags fluttered. An incomparably terrifying aura surged. The wind whistled, like the cry of ghosts and the howl of wolves. It emitted a suction force, and the experts of the foreign forces were all swept into the formation. The sound of wind and thunder resounded. Bolts of heavenly lightning fell, and a destructive aura rippled. It was like a scene of the end of the world. 108 large flags scattered in the air, floating and flashing with light. This lasted for half a month. During this time, miserable screams and cries for help rang out continuously. Half a month later, the formation became quiet. Ao Baichuan put away the large flags. There were no survivors in the formation. It was a tragic scene of hell on earth. The corpses piled up into a small mountain, and the blood turned into an ocean. It was a miserable scene. None of the experts in the formation survived. On the day the large flags were put away, a wave of resentment surged out from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. It was like an angry dragon that soared into the sky. A sinister wind blew in the surroundings, and it was incomparably dark. This lasted for a few days before all the resentment dissipated. Ao Baichuan's move also intimidated all the external forces. However, there were also experts who appeared to challenge Ao Baichuan. After that, a fierce battle broke out. That battle had almost destroyed a part of the world. One expert after another fell. Ao Baichuan's attainments and formations were very deep, and he was even stronger. During the chaos 9,000 years ago, he had practically single-handedly protected all the major powers. The southern region was protected. That was how the name of the butcher came about. At that time, Ao Baichuan was invincible in the southern region. He was also worthy of being called the #1 person in the southern region. However, after the turmoil, Ao Baichuan disappeared without a trace, and there was no news of him since then. However, during the age of turmoil, there was also an external force that had successfully integrated into the southern region. That was the current Assassin Pavilion. These were all secrets. Only the major forces that had experienced that battle would have records of them. Today, when he said it out loud, it caused an uproar. Even such an expert has fallen. Everyone sighed. The #1 person in the southern region at that time, with strong battle strength and profound attainments and formations, had actually fallen. The butcher's battle strength was very strong. It was said that in that battle there were even Heaven Realm experts who died. However, he himself was not a Heaven Realm expert. Lu Qin revealed another shocking secret. Wang Qiong nodded. He recalled carefully and seemed to have seen such records in ancient books. Not a Heaven Realm expert, but he had the strength to kill a Heaven Realm expert. Everyone was dumbfounded. Weren't Heaven Realm experts known as the strongest in the world with unparalleled battle strength? The butcher was too terrifying. Everyone had not experienced that era. But they could imagine that many experts had appeared, but they were all killed by the butcher alone. Their corpses were everywhere. His heroic bearing and breadth of mind were admirable. Only a butcher's burial ground would have such a terrifying formation. Even after so many years, its power is still the same. Even if we fly in, we have to be careful. After sighing, everyone returned to reality. This time, our Liu family has also investigated several times before finally confirming that that is the burial ground of the butcher, Liu Qin said. Everyone's eyes lit up again. If it was really the burial ground of the butcher, then what would be inside? Clearly, the inheritance of the butcher not only contained the battle skills to kill Heaven Realm experts, but also the inheritance of formations. In the southern region, the few major factions did not comprehend formations. It was not that they did not want to comprehend formations, but that they did not have any. As for formations, there were very few of them. The everlasting sect was the root cause of the age of chaos. Such a large sect had suddenly disappeared. Many of its treasures and inheritances had become the target of jealousy. Many ancient books and secret manuals on formations had disappeared during the age of chaos. Although the local factions of the southern region survived, many of their resources were plundered by external factions. This time, the appearance of the butcher's burial ground would definitely cause a huge commotion. Liu Qin was clearly informing them now. Everything else about the remnant is top secret. I don't know much about it. After the auction, the elders of the family will tell us, Liu Qin said. When will the auction begin? Everyone asked. In 3 days, Liu Qin said. In addition to the matter of the butcher, there is also the matter of the remnant. We have prepared many clues and are preparing to share them with the major factions. With that, Liu Qin did not say anything else. As for the other demonic geniuses, they could no longer sit still. They all took their leave. Humph! Be careful! Gunla threatened as he left. A cold light flashed in Chu Lai's eyes as well. You all have to be careful as well. Obediently follow behind your elders. Otherwise, when one of you runs out, you will get killed, Ziqin said with a cold snort. This was a major matter. The major factions needed to return and report it. Furthermore, some of the true experts would definitely attend the auction 3 days later. Ziqin had no confidence in his heart. This auction was organized by the Liu clan, and it was targeted at the major forces. After the auction, there was also a big piece of news about the ruins. As such, he could imagine that the major forces would definitely give face to the Liu clan and give a satisfactory price for these items. When Ziqin returned to the inn, Tian was still cultivating diligently. Ziqin told him everything. The butcher, Ao Baichuan. Tian frowned. He had never heard of this expert before. He is an expert from 9,000 years ago, Ziqin explained. The two discussed for a long time, but could not come to a conclusion. Helpless, they could only cultivate first and wait until the auction. On the second day, the news of the butcher spread. Furthermore, the legend of the butcher spread throughout Yongqi City, letting more people know about it. As a result, the number of experts attracted was even more. The butcher was very famous 9,000 years ago. He was fully deserving of being the strongest person. At that time, all the major factions had not matured yet. He alone suppressed all of them. His strong combat prowess caused a commotion 9,000 years later. The 3 major factions of the 7 major cities were practically clueless about primal formations. The appearance of the butcher's burial ground meant that there might be an inheritance there. This was an opportunity. Aside from the inheritance of formations, the butcher's combat prowess was strong. Naturally, he also had many strong combat techniques, attracting the attention of countless people. In just a few days, Sangli City was packed with people. All the inns, big and small, were full. All the shops made a lot of money. Just as the enormous Yongqi City was unable to hold any more people, the auction finally began. This was a 4-story auction house that belonged to the Liu family. Usually, it would only open once every few months. Sometimes it would open once a year. However, when it opened today, it was packed with people. There were no empty seats. Almost all the experts of the 7 major cities and 3 major factions had come. There was no lack of powerful old monsters. Furthermore, it was said that the finale of this auction was a pill weapon. This was something that even the major factions were jealous of. It was almost priceless. Many people had come for it. The Liu family of Yongqi City specialized in refining weapons. The pill weapon that they brought out this time was naturally extraordinary. The people of the major factions all had their own private seats. Various monstrous geniuses walked in one after another. Ziqin came alone as usual. Atian also left Yongqi City early in the morning. Today, no matter what, Ziqin had to obtain a soul recovery herb or pill weapon. The entire auction hall was very noisy. Quite a few people were excitedly discussing the auction. They had come to participate in the auction for false news. Most of them had come for the news of the historical remnant. Because of the appearance of the auctioneer, the noisy hall became silent. I'm very happy that everyone can participate in this auction. I am today's auctioneer. Following the start of the auction, the first item was brought out. This is a spirit weapon that came from the historical remnant. Through my Liu family's verification, this spirit weapon's quality has already reached middle grade. The starting price is 20,000 yuan stones. Each bid cannot be less than 1,000 yuan stones. A beautiful maid came forward with a tray. As the red cloth was removed, a somber killing intent filled the air. This was a spirit weapon, and its quality was very high. Coming from the historical remnant added a mysterious aura to it. The first auction item is actually a spirit weapon. Quite a few people were shocked. They were filled with anticipation for this auction. 20,000. As soon as the spirit weapon appeared, someone bid. It was someone from a major power. 20,000. The bidding began. This was an auction that was intentionally targeted at the major powers. Naturally, they had to give them face. Everyone bid. 40,000. After a single round, 40,000 yuan stones were sold. This price was already considered high for a spirit weapon. The second auction item is a spirit beast scarlet tiger. It's at the true element realm and has already been tamed. It's a rare mount. Several bare-chested large men with true essence surging around their bodies carried a huge iron cage forward. As soon as it landed on the ground, it let out a pung sound. Even the auction stage trembled. The starting price is 10,000 yuan stones. 11,000, 13,000, 15,000, 20,000. The bidding began. This was a scarlet tiger spirit beast. In the past, Songli City had auctioned one. Although it was at the Xiantian realm, it had only been sold for 10,000 yuan stones. But here, the starting price was 10,000 yuan stones. This was a relatively unfair auction because the Liu family had deliberately raised the base price. 35,000. Many major powers had come for the historical remnant. At this moment, they could only stretch out their heads and allow themselves to be slaughtered. In the end, it was sold for 35,000 yuan. All right, it's a deal. The auctioneer was a bit excited. This seemed to be the most successful auction she had ever completed. Next up is a blue spirit grass. Its effect is to recover damaged spiritual sense. It can also strengthen it. Chapter 306. Blue spirit grass was a kind of rare treasure. Its medicinal effect was relatively simple, which was mainly to recover damaged spiritual sense and also to strengthen spiritual sense. However, the effect was not great. Of course, if it was refined into a medicinal pill, the effect would be better. However, the cost was too high. Currently, except for Dan Yongqin family, no one could refine such a medicinal pill. This was a dark blue grass that was a foot tall and as wide as a palm. It had 3 sparkling and translucent leaves that emitted a gentle light. As the sealed jade box was opened, the entire auction stage was dyed blue, as if it was draped in a layer of dreamy blue gauze. This was exactly what Zichen needed. His eyes became very eager. The starting price is 5,000 yuan stones. Each increment is 100 yuan. However, the auctioneer's next bid shocked Zichen. A mere blue spirit grass that was less than 5,000 years old was priced at 5,000 yuan stones. This was simply daylight robbery. Oh my God, a blue spirit grass actually has a starting price of 5,000 yuan stones. This is too expensive. Even in the outside world, the price is not this high. The starting price is far higher than the usual price. The hall was filled with exclamations. Everyone was shocked by the price of the blue spirit grass. 5,100 yuan. Zichen was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he still called out the price. This kind of thing was only around 5,000 yuan in the outside world. However, it became the starting price here. This was obviously cheating the big forces. However, he was not a big force. He was just a poor rogue cultivator. Zichen's bid attracted a lot of attention. The people on the first floor were all here to join in the fun. They did not expect someone to bid 6,000 yuan. At this moment, an indifferent voice was heard. It came from the private room upstairs. The voice was very familiar. It was Gung Lu. That day, their Yu Fei was seriously injured and needed to use a rare treasure to recover his spiritual sense. 7,000 yuan. Another force called out. It was Miao Kong. He had no use for the rare treasure. Obviously, he was fighting for Zichen. 8,000 yuan. The Zhu family of Ling, Yao, also called out a bid. Last time, their Yu Fei was also injured. They urgently needed this kind of rare treasure to heal their experts. Damn it. Zichen cursed and shouted, 10,000 yuan. Adding 2,000 in one go could be considered a huge sum of money. Moreover, it came from the hall, causing many people to be shocked, drawing many gazes. However, Zichen had changed his appearance, and no one recognized him. 10,000 yuan, stones going once. No one spoke. The auctioneer on the stage shouted. Her voice was crisp and clear, drawing everyone's attention back to her. 11,000. Gung Lu laughed coldly, clearly determined to win. 12,000. Zichen's heart was bleeding. As a rogue cultivator, it was not easy for him to obtain so many spirit stones. 12,000 was an astonishing number. 15,000. Gung Lu opened his mouth again. His voice was indifferent as he mocked. A mere rogue cultivator dares to speak here? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Is this a place where you can speak? The Gung family was now extremely wealthy. They had just occupied Letian City and snatched all the wealth of the previous city lord. They did not care about a mere 10,000 primal stones. Humph, 18,000. Zichen snorted coldly. His heart was bleeding after shouting such a price. He wanted to go up and kick Gung Lu a few times. At this moment, no one spoke. Only Gung Lu and Zichen were left. If Gung Lu did not compete, the blue spirit grass would be his. 20,000. In the private room, Gung Li's face was full of ridicule. He slowly called out the price as if it was just an ordinary number. The price of 20,000 made Zichen dumbfounded. It was not worth it for a blue spirit grass. Damn it, are you an idiot? He's obviously cheating you, and you still want to increase the price. Zichen cursed in his heart. He was extremely unhappy. In the end, it was sold for 20,000 yuan. Let's just watch the show. If you want to join in the fun, don't you think you're qualified? Gung Lu laughed coldly and continued to bid. After that, a few more items were auctioned off at high prices. This was an auction organized by the major forces. Other than the major forces, there were no more than 5 people who could make a bid. Moreover, after hearing Gung Li's words, no one dared to speak. In the blink of an eye, 3 items were auctioned off. They were bought by the martial ancestor, the Zhu family, and the Li family at high prices. The starting price of each item here was higher than the outside world. It could be said to be a real local tycoon. The major forces were also willing to be cheated. A blue spirit grass was auctioned off just now. Obviously, someone did not get it and was unwilling to accept it. Now, we will temporarily add another group of 3 blue spirit grass. The starting price is 10,000 vitality stones. Another 3 stalks of blue spirit grass were brought out. The dazzling blue light dyed the auction stage blue. This starting price was still acceptable, 15,000. Zi Chen immediately opened his mouth and directly increased the bid by 5,000. His eyes flashed, 20,000. The Zhu family said, 25,000. Miao Kong said, 30,000. Gung Lu said, everyone was dumbfounded. It was just an ordinary blue spirit grass, yet it was increased by 5,000 vitality stones. Although it was a rare treasure and its price was very expensive, it was far from being as outrageous as today. From this, it could be seen that the major forces were paying attention to the ruins. Even if they were cheated by the Lu family once, it would not matter. Zi Chen was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He did not have so many vitality stones at all. Miao Kong also competed a few times. Obviously, he could not compete with Gung Lu. Gung Lu was not strong, but his financial resources were really strong. A group of blue spirit grass was increased to 40,000. 50,000. Zi Chen's voice was cold as if he was angry. He shouted a number which was a bit crazy. He was completely going all out. Of course, it was also a gamble. I said in today's auction, you rogue cultivators can only watch the fun. 60,000. Gung Lu was incomparably rich. Everyone was shocked by Gung Li's big spending. Zi Chen did not bid anymore. He did not even have 50,000 vitality stones on him. He was purely angry just now. If the latter did not want it, he would be in trouble. 3 blue spirit grass were obtained by Gung Lu again. The auction continued. After that, some rare items appeared, and each of them was at a high price. As for blue spirit grass, 2 groups appeared one after another. The price was ridiculously high. Zhu Zizong auctioned one group, and the other group went to Gung Lu. A group of pills refined from blue spirit grass also appeared. Although Miao Kong had been bidding, he obviously did not have enough authority and did not get it in the end. In total, there were dozens of items, and each of them was at a high price. This time, the Lu family had a great harvest. Now, the last item of the auction, this is a pill weapon. As soon as the voice fell, it caused an uproar. Obviously, the main show was coming. The price of the pill weapon would be extremely ridiculous. Even the sovereign level would be tempted. It's finally the pill weapon. After the pill weapon, there will be news about the ruins. I'm really looking forward to it. There was a bit of a commotion in the crowd. This is the last item of the auction, and it will not be made public. Now, please leave. But at the next moment, the auctioneer's words caused a dissatisfied voice. Internal auction? Why? Why can't we be here? We want to hear about the ruins. A group of rogue cultivators were dissatisfied. They glared at the auctioneer and refused to leave. We won't leave. We want to hear about the ruins. That's right. What treasures are there in Ao Baichuan's burial ground? The rogue cultivators were very strong and emotional. They were not here to watch the auction. Their main purpose was the ruins. Now that there was an internal auction, they obviously could not leave. Everyone is to leave the pill weapon inner auction. An old voice suddenly sounded with a terrifying majesty. Everyone's heart trembled. The oppressive aura made them breathless. That's the sovereign level. Everyone's expression changed. Some of the people who were clamoring immediately shut their mouths. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, a sneer came from the second floor. Then, a group of geniuses walked out of the room. They obviously wanted to leave too. Zi Chen glanced at the room on the second floor. Light flashed in his eyes, and he walked out first. Soon the hall was empty. Even the auctioneer had left. It was as if there was no one in the hall. At this moment, the old voice sounded. Pill weapon. Starting price of 1 million vitality stones. Each increment is 1 million vitality stones. 2 million. A voice sounded in the dark. You're really greedy. Is the ruins true? Is it really Ao Baichuan's burial ground? Of course it's true. Ao Baichuan is dead. 3 million. Why would the Liu family be so kind to pass on such important news? Someone else said. These were obviously true experts. Each of them was comparable to an old monster. Ao Baichuan is strong, and his attainments and formations are high. Entering the ruins is dangerous. Our Liu family can't take him down. For million. Is it true that there's an inheritance in the ruins? Of course. And there's a more important news. What news? There was no sound in the dark. 5 million. What news? Still no one spoke. 6 million. 7 million. 8 million. What news is so valuable? A very important piece of news. 10 million. The price of the pale weapon broke through the 10 million mark. This was a shocking number. Under normal circumstances, Ao Baichuan's burial ground would hide underground and wouldn't appear. There's only one explanation for this. What's the problem? Someone has beaten us to it and broke some seals. That's why the burial ground appeared. The Liu family's expert stirred up a huge commotion. Mister, this is your item. As soon as Gung Lu walked out of the private room, a maid was waiting for him with the items that he had auctioned. Oh, so fast. Gung Lu smiled. Light flashed in his hand, and pieces of vitality stones appeared. They formed a small hill and emitted dense vitality energy. Take your time to count them. If there are too many, there's no need to keep the change. Gung Lu smiled faintly. Light flashed in his hand again, and he kept the items and walked out. Gung Lu was very proud and swaggered out. He was in the limelight in today's auction and bought a lot of things. A bunch of trash. As soon as he walked out, Gung Lu pursed his lips in disdain when he heard the dissatisfied mutterings of some rogue cultivators. Chapter 307. As soon as he walked out of the auction house, Gung Lu felt a chill down his spine. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a figure moving quickly towards him. Bang! Before he could react, he felt a huge force coming towards him. It was as if he was hit by a giant beast and he was sent flying. This was Yongqi City, the Liu family's power. Gung Lu was also a monster, and many of their family's experts were here. Although it was not Letian City, it was not far off. But it was here that Gung Lu was suddenly ambushed. Bang! Gung Lu was sent flying a few meters away. He rolled on the ground a few times before he could stabilize himself. You! Gung Lu got up immediately with anger on his face. When he saw who it was, his voice was even colder. It's you! It was Zichen. The blue spirit grass was something he had to get. Since he could not get it at the auction, he would snatch it. It's you, a reckless rogue cultivator. Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me? You must be tired of living. Gung Li's eyes were filled with killing intent. He felt humiliated to be attacked by a rogue cultivator. You dare to snatch my spiritual herb? I think you're the one who doesn't want to live. Zichen snorted. His eyes flashed coldly as he rushed towards Gung Lu again. Gung Lu was not to be outdone. Light flashed around his body as he struck out a terrifying attack. He was a monster, so he was not afraid of his opponent. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Gung Lu, who was prepared, was still sent flying. All the rogue cultivators were shocked. The scene in front of them was too unbelievable. That's. Even many of the monsters' faces changed. Where did this ferocious person come from? How could he be so strong? He could not get what he wanted at the auction, so he came out to snatch it. Moreover, he was not snatching from others, but from a monster. This was too fierce. He's got guts. He dares to snatch something from a monster in broad daylight. Everyone was dumbfounded. They found it unbelievable. Bang! But this person was very strong. He sent Gung Lu flying with just one blow. Dong! Heaven and earth trembled with a loud sound. The young man struck out another powerful attack, which landed on Gung Li's head. The latter staggered and swayed, almost unable to stand properly. Zi Chen's attacks were swift. After one strike, another followed. His attacks were swift and ferocious. Each strike caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Where did this ferocious person come from? He actually suppressed the monster so easily. It seems like Ao Baichuan's burial ground has attracted too many experts this time. Even a monstrous genius has been suppressed several times in the past few days. Everyone was shocked, exclaiming continuously. Unparalleled fist. Gung Lu roared. His eyes were scarlet red. He had been humiliated several times in the past few days, so he couldn't do it again today. A terrifying aura surged. Bang! A dazzling golden light flashed and struck Gung Li's fist. In the next moment, a loud sound rang out as Gung Lu was directly knocked back. His hair was disheveled and his expression was hideous. What are you waiting for? Attack! Gung Lu roared. Beside him, there were several true essence masters from the family. Swish! 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 There were 3 of them, and all of them were extremely powerful. Now that they had reacted, their eyes flashed with coldness as they charged toward Zichen. Bang! With a punch, golden light scattered. One of them was knocked back and fainted on the spot. Dong! The world shook and a terrifying energy surged. Another cultivator was hit in the head and fell to the ground, unconscious. Bang! The last person also couldn't withstand Zi Chen's terrifying punch and fainted on the spot. It was shocking to see 3 people unconscious in 3 attacks. At the same time, Zi Chen rushed towards Gung Lu with extreme speed. His fist surged and a golden light flashed. Bang! They weren't on the same level at all. Gung Lu staggered and his feet were unstable. His hands that had recovered not long ago were twisted again and blood flowed out. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Zi Chen questioned. He took a step forward and threw another punch. This time, it directly hit Gung Li's chin. It was very fast and Gung Lu was instantly sent flying, vomiting blood. It was a one-sided battle. There was almost no suspense. Arg! Gung Lu roared. His black hair danced wildly and his aura surged crazily. Bang! Zi Chen's attacks were like raindrops, powerful and terrifying. They whistled through the air and landed on Gung Li's head. Dong! It was like a bell or drum ringing, giving off a tremor that made one's heart palpitate. The aura surging around Gung Lu instantly scattered and he staggered. Everyone was dumbfounded. A monstrous genius was actually suppressed so easily. His terrifying strength was shocking. Bang! The last attack caused the world to shake. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, Gung Li's eyes darkened and he fainted on the spot. He fainted. A monstrous genius was knocked out just like that. Gung Lu fainted on the spot. Then Zi Chen grabbed his finger and took his spirit ring. There were a lot of blue spirit grass inside. As for yuan stones, there should be a lot. Zi Chen did not say anything and left with the spirit ring. There was a trace of joy in his eyes. He really struck it rich this time. Just the blue spirit grass that Gung Lu had auctioned was worth more than 100,000 primeval stones, not including the rest. Moreover, Gung Lu was rich and overbearing. From his arrogant appearance at the auction, it was not difficult to see that he had a very high net worth. Everyone was speechless. This was too fierce. He actually robbed a monstrous genius in Yongqi City. This was a slap to the face. Stop right there. Is this the behavior of a bandit? A cold snort rang out. Chu Lai walked out from the crowd. He could not bear to watch this anymore. At the same time, a few people from the Chu clan appeared and surrounded Zichen. They all had cold gazes. Where did you come from? This is Yongchi City. How dare you rob in broad daylight? Chu Lai's voice was cold, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Who are you? Ziqin asked coldly. The road is uneven. Someone stepped on it. Who do you think I am? You are calling me an idiot. After Chu Lai spoke, Ziqin clenched his fist and punched. Golden light shone brightly and a terrifying aura surged. Bang! Without any suspense, Chu Lai was knocked back with one strike. At the same time, Ziqin flashed forward and chased after Chu Lai with the fastest speed under the heavens. Chu Lai's attacks were like the beating of a drum. Thumping sounds rang out continuously, and a large amount of golden light rippled out. Chu Lai's face turned pale as he retreated continuously. After one exchange, Chu Lai was defeated. World of ice and ice. The cold glint in Chu Lai's eyes intensified. He took the opportunity to throw out a terrifying attack. Boundless cold aura surged over like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. However, before it could reach Ziqin, it was scattered by a huge force. The golden light was like water scattering everywhere. A terrifying aura surged. Chu Lai coughed out blood and was sent flying by a slap. A few days ago, he was already not a match for Ziqin. Naturally, he was not a match for Ziqin now. Now that he appeared and meddled in other people's business, he would only be beaten up. Bang! 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 At the same time, Ziqin also knocked out the people from the Chu clan. His strength was ridiculously strong. The surrounding people were already petrified. This was too ferocious, fighting two demonic geniuses in a row. Go! In the crowd, Song Kuan, Wu Feng, and Liu looked at each other and nodded. Immediately after, a light flashed and the three of them charged at Ziqin. How dare you snatch things in broad daylight? You are courting death. How dare you? Today watch me, Liu, kill you. Thief, prepare to die. The three of them transformed into 3 streaks of light and moved forward at an extremely fast speed, forming an encirclement as they moved to surround Ziqin. The surrounding people were in an uproar. This was the rhythm of a siege. 3 demonic geniuses were actually ganging up on one person. No, there were 4 of them. Chu Lai had not been knocked out and was still persisting. Wang, the 3 demonic geniuses, stepped forward. Ziqin had no choice but to take them seriously. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying aura surged around him. Brilliant golden light burst forth. His perfect body was completely revealed, providing him with endless energy. Boom! He seemed to have gone completely berserk. His robe fluttered without wind, and the brilliant golden light made the originally expressionless Ziqin look even colder. A large flame rushed towards Ziqin, bringing with it a terrifyingly high temperature. In the middle of the flame, there was an exceptionally sharp sword of fire. Its power was peerless. This was the attack of the Li family's Liu, a monstrous attack. Its power was naturally extraordinary. Dong! Ziqin waved his fist, bringing with it a large amount of golden light. Like a ferocious demonic beast, he directly hit the flame. Golden light scattered like thousands of raindrops, directly extinguishing the boundless flame. At the same time, his fist moved forward and with a bang, shattered the sword light. Puff! The terrifying aura was still surging. A blazing fist light landed on Liu's body. The latter seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body trembled, and he suddenly flew backward, vomiting blood. The void trembled, and the sky suddenly darkened. A sky-covering palm print appeared. It was incomparably dark, as if rolling demonic chi was swirling around it. It struck toward Ziqin's head, and a terrifying aura rippled, creating ripples in the space. This was the attack of the martial ancestor, and it was very terrifying. An ordinary fourth sky of true essence cultivator would not even have a speck of dust left after receiving such an attack. However, when facing Ziqin, who had unparalleled battle strength, it was impossible. This kind of attack was not enough. He jumped up, his eyes cold and emotionless. He waved his fist, and a large amount of extremely cold aura appeared. In the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the palm print dissipated into the energy of heaven and earth. Zichen was powerful and terrifying. His unparalleled battle strength had been completely displayed. At this moment, the Tsang family's battle technique fell, and a surge of boundless energy rushed towards Zichen like an avalanche. Boundless murderous intent filled the air. Pum! Zichen still threw out a punch. It was very simple and direct. The avalanche of energy seemed to have crashed into an unusually sturdy dam. It could no longer cause any waves and was instantly disintegrated. 3 attacks had broken the attacks of 3 demonic geniuses. This kind of battle strength shocked everyone, and they were speechless. However, the demonic geniuses' expressions suddenly changed. What a familiar energy, aura. At this moment, Zichen's figure seemed to have changed in their eyes. It started to merge with another figure. Swoosh! Zichen's body shone with golden light, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. His eyes were cold and emotionless. His feet flashed as he rushed towards Chulai. Chapter 308. Zichen, who had displayed his full strength, was extremely terrifying. His unparalleled combat strength and perfect body constitution made him even stronger than before. Among the crowd, many demonic geniuses were shocked. Zichen knew that his identity was about to be exposed. At this moment, he could only end the battle quickly. His footwork flashed like a ray of light. Zichen rushed towards Chulai. He would deal with him first. As for the other 3, Zichen naturally did not plan to let them go. Pum! As the fist landed, the aura surged, bringing with it a large patch of golden light. At this moment, Zichen felt a chill coming towards him. Immediately after, a ray of lightning shot towards Zichen. It was another spiritual weapon. With the 3 demonic geniuses attacking, Chulai had bought precious time for him to launch an attack with a spiritual weapon. Go to hell! Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A powerful will was released from his body. This was an attack that he was extremely confident in. The spiritual weapon turned into a ray of light and shot towards Zichen rapidly. The power of the spiritual weapon was beginning to be displayed. Wang. Golden light vibrated around Zichen. A golden sword appeared, shining with golden light. In the next moment, it turned into a huge sword and slashed forward with a terrifying aura. Clang! The huge sword landed with a terrifying aura. It instantly slashed onto Chu Lai's spiritual weapon, causing it to vibrate violently. You! Chu Lai's face turned pale as he recognized the huge sword. You are. His face was filled with shock. He did not expect to meet Alio. It was this ferocious person who had knocked him unconscious the last time. Zichen did not give him any time to speak. The huge sword slashed down continuously. Light flashed as the power of the spiritual weapon was displayed. Boundless light shone. Clang! After a few consecutive attacks, the spiritual weapon suddenly trembled. Its light dimmed and it fell to the ground. Chu Lai's face turned even paler. He spat out blood. His will was injured once again. Zichen flashed forward, bringing with him a large patch of golden light. He was like a golden god of war. He waved his fist and smashed it towards Chu Lai. Boom! There was a loud sound. The entire ground was shaking. Even the auction house was shaking. Zichen's face changed drastically. He used his strength again. Bang! This time his strength was even greater. His fist was like a heavy hammer hitting a chisel, producing a dong sound. Immediately after, Chu Lai's eyes turned black and he fainted completely. A bright light flickered in Zichen's hand as he swiftly took the latter's spatial ring. In the surroundings, everyone's expressions changed. Another monster was knocked out. Swoosh! A terrifying aura circulated. The Li clan, the Song clan, and the martial ancestor were not to be outdone. They all unleashed their spirit weapons. However, their wills were even weaker than Chu Lai's. The power of their spirit weapons was limited. 3 brilliant rays of light surged, carrying the sharpness and killing intent of spirit weapons as they charged towards Zichen. Dang! The golden great sword slashed down once again. Zichen activated it with all his might, and the great sword already had some of the power of a spirit weapon. A terrifying aura surged, and it directly sent a spirit weapon flying. Bang! At the same time, the long sword once again turned into a cold light and fell down. A large patch of golden light dazzled the eyes as it sent another spirit weapon flying. Under the joint attack of the 3 monsters, Zichen seemed to have entered an unstoppable state. With a move of his will, the golden sword followed the momentum and destroyed the last spirit weapon. Swoosh! Zichen flashed forward, waving his fists and unleashing a terrifying attack. The heavens and earth were trembling. This battle had dragged on for a long time. Zichen had become impatient. The old monsters in the auction house could appear at any time. Moreover, the Yu clan of the few major powers could also sense the abnormality. At this moment, they no longer held back and unleashed a terrifying attack. Dong! With one strike, the energy trembled. Li Yu's eyes rolled up as he directly fell to the ground and fainted. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed again like a beam of light as he charged towards Wu Feng and slapped his palm towards the latter's head. A surge of energy surged. Wu Feng's eyes rolled up as he also fainted. The last one was Tsong Kuan. Although his strength was strong, he was also knocked out after 2 strikes. Zichen snatched his opponent's space spirit ring like a bolt of lightning and started to run like a bolt of lightning. Surrounding him were the attacks of the guards. Although the power was not strong, it would still be troublesome to be hit. There were definitely ancestor-level existences in the auction house. However, at this moment, they were in a discussion and did not notice what was happening outside. Even if they did notice, they would not care. Zichen wanted to escape from Yongqi City before Yu clan appeared. Heavens! 1 against 5. Complete victory. Am I seeing things? This youth actually defeated 5 monsters. Isn't that even more powerful than Zichen? Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. He is Luo, the one who knocked out 2 monsters by himself that day. I did not expect his battle strength to be so terrifying. That day it was easy for him to go 1 against 2, but today he still won 1 against 5. Although he had changed his appearance, the powerful battle technique and the same golden sword allowed many people to recognize Zichen. Exclamations came from the crowd, and the faces of the monsters changed. He had fought against 5 freaks alone, yet he hadn't been injured at all. His battle prowess was too terrifying. At the same time, Luo's figure seemed to have merged with another figure to some extent. How terrifying! His battle strength is not weaker than Zichen's. Moreover, Wang Shan's eyes flickered, but he did not finish a sentence. Many people had felt the extreme yin and yang energy just now. The youth in front of them was actually somewhat similar to Zichen. You think you can leave so easily after injuring our people? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A terrifying aura surged from the distance, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. At this moment, heaven and earth lost its color. Yu clan appeared. Moreover, there were several of them. Yu clan appeared in the sky, releasing a terrifying aura and chased after Zichen. They finally noticed the abnormality, and all of them soared into the sky. Zichen turned into a streak of golden lightning, flying out of Yongqi City. Time was of the essence right now. Once he escaped from Yongqi City, he would be able to fly freely. Elder, he injured Wu Feng and stole his spatial ring. Don't let him go. Martial Ancestors group protected Wu Feng as they shouted towards the sky. Chu Lai's spatial ring was also stolen. Young master, Songkuins as well. This bastard is too despicable. We can't let him go. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone was complaining to Yu Clan, gnashing their teeth. This was simply a great humiliation. 5 monsters were knocked out in a big city, and their spatial rings were stolen. Ah, damn it. Hearing this, Yu Clan's killing intent surged out of his body. His aura flashed once again. Chu Clan's dignity cannot be violated. With a loud shout, Chu Clan's Yu Clan turned into a streak of light, chasing after Zichin. All of Yu Clan's Yu Clan chased after him, their killing intent flashing. The crowd also became restless. Everyone wanted to witness a different kind of battle, so they all chased after Yichin. Due to the large number of people, a stampede occurred. A few of the fainted monsters were almost trampled to death. Fortunately, their guards all risked their lives to protect them. Who is this Aluo? He injured 5 monsters so easily. With such battle strength, he is even more terrifying than Zichin. Powerful battle skills, fast footwork, and powerful spiritual sense. Could he be another monster in the southern region besides Zichin? Everyone was incomparably excited as they chased after Zichin. They wanted to see if this powerful youth could escape Yu Clan's pursuit. It's him. Damn it, I should have thought of it. Other than him, who else has a stronger physique than me? In the crowd, a bald monk with a benevolent look appeared. Just a moment ago, he looked like an enlightened monk, but after recognizing Zichin, his expression changed. He was flustered and exasperated as he cursed repeatedly. It turned out that he was the one who hit his head. The monk was about to explode from anger. With a flash of his feet, he turned into a streak of golden light and chased after Zichin. His speed was even faster than Yu Clan's. Let's see how you can escape this time. The monk's heart was filled with hatred. Bang! Just as Zhu Zicong was about to rush forward, someone bumped into him from the side. He was immediately dissatisfied, but then an apologetic voice sounded. Sorry. Idiot, don't you look where you're going? Zhu Zicong frowned. Beside him, Zhu Zicong's guard was cursing. Sorry. This was a young man with small eyes. He looked very ordinary, and he kept apologizing. Get lost. The guard shouted angrily. Obviously, he did not want to be entangled with the other party. He followed Zhu Zicong and flew forward. Yes. The young man nodded as if he had been pardoned. With a face full of gratitude, he turned and left. At this moment, the crowd was very chaotic, and no one noticed the scene. After the young man walked a dozen meters away, a light flashed in his hand, and a jade box appeared. As expected. The young man sneered, kept the jade box, and flew away. His speed was very fast, not any slower than Zichin. Senior brother, let our experts make a move and disrupt the situation. As he flew out, the small-eyed young man's appearance changed instantly. He turned into Miao Kong and transmitted a message to Wu Emo. Wu Emo nodded and disappeared from the crowd. At this moment, if Zhu Zicong could take a look at his own spatial spirit ring, his expression would change drastically, because the group of blue spirit grass in his ring had disappeared without a trace. The small-eyed young man, Miao Kong, had displayed a supreme skill. Brother, you must save him. Torrential energy surged, and the entire Yongqi city was in chaos. Wang Xian was fuming, and she kept stomping her feet. Her jade-like hands grabbed the corner of Wang Qiong's clothes and twisted, almost tearing them apart. Wang Qiong frowned. Even though I really hate his arrogance, causing such a huge commotion every single time and shocking everyone every single time, causing me to feel extremely displeased, I have to say that our Wang family owes him. Wang Shan, who had always been extremely arrogant, actually spoke up at this moment. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to guess Luo's identity from the battle just now. But apart from that, they also guessed Luo's other identity. That was Zichin. They had long suspected this, but after the battle just now, they were certain. He is a Sky Realm expert, and his battle strength is unparalleled. Although I don't know why he didn't leave the southern region. It would be a pity if he was killed by Zhong Kong. I am looking forward to fighting with him. Wang Shi said. After pondering for a moment, Wang Qiong finally nodded. All right, let the family help. But remember, we don't owe him, but he owes us. Last time he almost killed Xian, and I haven't settled the score with him yet. Chapter 309. Boom! The entire Yongqi city was in a frenzy. All the cultivators and Yukong were in a frenzy. In broad daylight, there were actually 5 people who dared to rob the items of the geniuses of the major factions. The saddest thing was that Yi Futian had defeated all 5 of them by himself. The Yukong of the 5 major factions were so angry that they almost vomited blood. It was a slap in the face in broad daylight. The wind and clouds moved, and a terrifying aura circulated. Numerous destructive attacks were launched. Yukong was determined to kill Ziqin. Get out of the way! Ziqin yelled in the city. He ran at full speed and turned into a ray of golden light. In fact, he didn't need to shout. Everyone opened up a path for him. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship. He was simply an idol. He was even more terrifying than Ziqin, and the things he did were even crazier than Ziqin. Swoosh! A sharp cold light appeared from the crowd and pierced towards Ziqin. Terrifying, murderous intent surged. This was a sure-kill attack. The assassin of the assassin pavilion seemed to have noticed something and attacked repeatedly. Pop! Ziqin pointed with one hand, and a ray of golden light appeared and pointed between the assassin's eyebrows. In the next moment, blood bloomed and the assassin fell to the ground. Go to hell! A ray of blade light appeared from the crowd. A burly man suddenly jumped up and slashed toward Ziqin. On the ground, other than the assassin, there were also people from the major factions. They were all in the true energy realm and were very powerful. Puff! Ziqin pointed with one hand, and a bright golden light appeared. It was like a sharp blade slashing across, shattering the blade light and cutting the burly man's body. Blood spurted out and the burly man died. Ziqin was like a demon that had just walked out of hell. He killed people without blinking, and not a single drop of blood stained his clothes. He killed a person every 10 steps, and he didn't leave a single trace behind. His expression was indifferent, and his attacks were decisive and ruthless. Puff! With another attack, another assassin fell to the ground. Above his head, Ziqin was as ruthless to others as Yukong was to him. Boom! Terrifying energy surged in the air and struck downward. Ziqin's body flickered with golden light as he dodged continuously. However, he was still hit by the huge energy. His body flew forward as he coughed up large amounts of blood. In the face of so many aerial attacks, he was finally injured. At this moment, being injured meant death. Yongqi City was very big. It was easier said than done to escape from here. Furthermore, there were many people flying above them. Each of the 5 major powers sent out 2 people, so there were a total of 10 of them. 10 of them unleashed a powerful attack. Not to mention a mere true energy boundary cultivator. Even a flight step cultivator would have to avoid it. You big forces are really shameless. You guys are not a match for the geniuses under your command, so you let the Zephyr sword attack. Shameless to the extreme. Ziqin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His speed did not decrease at all, and he was like a beam of light. Boom! The terrifying energy fell once again, and a terrifying aura surged. Ziqin coughed up blood again. You guys are shameless to the extreme. The monsters that you've raised are like trash. Now, more than 10 of you are attacking me from the sky. Why don't you guys go and die? Ziqin cursed. Your shamelessness is indescribable. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, they were in a mess. Who was the shameless one here? Was it the shamelessness of stealing or the shamelessness of being robbed? In terms of morality, those who stole were shameless. However, at this moment, it had nothing to do with morality. Everyone thought that the big forces were the shameless ones. More than 10 flight step cultivators chasing after one person was indeed shameless. Wong. In the sky, a light vibration sounded. Following that, a terrifying killing intent appeared. At this moment, the wind and clouds were stirred up, and the killing intent was boundless. A long sword that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the sky. The aura that it emitted caused ripples to appear in the space. Zi Chen's expression changed greatly. He had actually used a spirit weapon. You guys are really shameless. You actually used a spirit weapon in the Zephyr Sword. Zi Chen's face was pale. Using a spirit weapon in the Zephyr Sword was practically the strongest attack in the Zephyr Sword. Its speed and attack were both terrifyingly strong. He could not block it at all. Go to hell! A sinister laugh sounded. The long sword in the sky turned into a ray of light. It was more than 10 meters long and rushed towards Zichen. Its speed was very fast, and the distance between the two parties was instantly shortened. Merciless killing intent filled the air. Zichen felt the crisis of death. Around him, there were cries of surprise. Damn it! You actually dared to injure Wu Feng. Give me your life. At this moment, a loud roar sounded. It was like rolling thunder, causing the heaven and earth to shake. Following that, a pitch-black palm print appeared. It emitted a terrifying aura and fell towards Zichen. Boom! The palm print fell and collided with the spirit weapon first. A terrifying energy burst out. In the sky, boundless destructive energy rippled. The spirit weapon trembled slightly in the air because of this attack. Then it rolled back. As for the palm print, it also dissipated in the air. However, Zichen had survived the attack. Such a scene was very dramatic. Zichen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran away. Qi Qingqiu, what do you mean? A loud roar sounded in the sky. It was Yukong who had attacked with the spirit weapon. I want to avenge Wu Feng. I want to kill him. The cultivator named Qi Qingqiu appeared. He was a tall man with a terrifying aura around him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Swoosh! At this moment, another Yukong activated his spirit weapon. Boundless killing intent filled the air. A sky-high blade appeared and slashed across the sky towards Zichen. The crisis arose again. Pum! But then the terrifying palm print appeared again and hit the long blade. The palm print dissipated and the long blade returned. Kid, I want you dead. It was Qi Qingqiu again. He roared again. His eyes were like copper bells, and his killing intent was even stronger. Qi Qingqiu, you did it on purpose. Another Yukong said coldly. That's right. I want to kill him on purpose. Don't act recklessly. Let me kill him. Qi Qingqiu roared and raised his hand to attack again. Boom! The third spirit artifact turned back. Yukong, who was controlling the spirit weapon, was anxious. Do you want to die? I told you not to attack. Let me kill him. But before he could speak, Qi Qingqiu glared back at him. Enough, Qi Qingqiu. Stop acting. You're so kind as to avenge Wu Feng. Another voice sounded. It was a martial ancestor Yukong. We're from the same sect. It's natural for us to act. What's there to be kind or not? Qi Qingqiu glared. Stop acting. Although we're from the same sect, you're not so kind. Yukong turned his head, looked at the others, and said, Everyone, do not hold back. We must kill this thief who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. As his voice fell, spirit weapons appeared one after another. The terrifying killing intent even stirred up the sky. Kill! At the same time, another battle cry sounded. Terrifying attacks appeared one after another. They actually attacked Zichen first. Their auras surged. There were shattering palms, green peak seals, and spirit weapons. These attacks were the first to appear. But before they could land on Zichen, They were penetrated by the spirit weapons behind them. Surging energy sounded. The attacks collided in the air. A pitch-black hole appeared. The attacks exploded. The rippling aura was too terrifying. Many spirit weapons were scattered. The people of the major powers were furious. They looked at the people behind them. The leader was Yunxia City's Wang Jinwei. What's the meaning of this? Why are you stopping us? Are you going to let him go? Humph. This kid dares to attack in broad daylight. He must be killed, Wang Jinwei said coldly. That's right. He dares to cause trouble in my Yongqi city. He's courting death. Lu Mingyong also appeared. Only he lacked the Wolf Fang Club. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to intimidate the Yukong. But the others were unwilling. Don't make a move. Let us deal with this. If everyone makes a move, it'll be troublesome, Wang Jinwei said coldly. Qi Qingqiu and Lu Mingyong nodded. No, we have to make a move quickly. The people of the major powers were unwilling. They once again launched a terrifying attack. Let's make a move too. With Wang Jinwei as the leader, the Yukong once again launched a powerful attack. A dramatic scene appeared. The young man who was supposed to be killed easily was thrown into chaos because there were too many people attacking. Explosions sounded continuously in the air. Black holes appeared one after another. However, the young man below was unscathed. He was running away with all his might. What's going on? Everyone blinked. This was too funny. But some people knew that the major powers wanted to protect this young man. They purposely came to disturb the situation. Go to hell. Just as they were about to rush out of Yongqi City, a wave of killing intent filled the air. Then, a Yukong suddenly appeared. Clearly, he had been waiting here for a long time to deal a killing blow to Zichen. Zichen's expression changed. This Yukong's sneak attack was too unexpected. He couldn't dodge at all. Wang. But at this moment, a light vibration sounded. A green light shot out from behind Zichen. It carried a terrifying energy wave and hit the Yukong's attack. Clang! A light sound rang out. The blue light flashed and turned into a 1-meter-long sword. It flickered with blue light and a terrifying aura filled the air. This was a spiritual weapon. It blocked the attack for Zichen. Go! At the same time, a cold shout rang out. The spiritual weapon rushed towards Yukong. Zichen turned his head and saw the cold face of Wang Qiong and the weeping beauty of Wang Xian'er. Zichen didn't have time to thank them. He turned and left. The terrifying killing intent flashed again. A person rushed out from the crowd. He merged with his sword and rushed towards Zichen. This was a Yukong sneak attack. He was very scheming and belonged to the Heavenly Slayer's pavilion. Ma. Suddenly, a sound wave rang out. The Buddhist 6 syllables appeared. It was like a heavy hammer, ringing in the hearts of everyone. Everyone couldn't help but slow down. Their eyes lost focus and became confused. The monk made his move, wanting to catch Zichen, but he cleverly blocked the killing blow for Zichen. The bone-piercing killing intent suddenly stopped. Yukong fell into a temporary daze. Pooh! At this moment, Zichen seized the opportunity. A light flashed in his hand and the golden sword appeared again. It instantly became 1 meter long and shone with golden light. Then, under his will, the long sword slashed forward at an extremely fast speed. At such a close distance, Yukong was distracted. There was no suspense in this attack. Pooh! Chapter 310. The headless corpse was vomiting blood. It was a bloody scene, but Zichen had killed quite a few people today, so no one found it strange. But at this moment, seeing the headless corpse spurting blood, the crowd fell into silence. This huge city was deathly silent. Even Yukong, who was in the air, stopped attacking. Everyone looked down in disbelief at the headless corpse that was spurting out blood. Dead. Yukong, a grand spirit origin expert, an existence that could fly, had his head cut off by a true energy realm brat. With just one attack, he had died just like that. Everyone's jaws dropped. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone was stunned. No one dared to speak. For a true energy realm brat to kill Yukong was another miracle. This young man, who had fought against 5 monstrous geniuses alone, had just created a miracle. Now there was another one. Everyone was dumbfounded, but they didn't forget the person who had caused all this. Their gazes shifted from Ziqin to the bald monk not far behind him. Just now, the monk had used sound waves to attack, while the other had used a spirit weapon. The two of them had worked together seamlessly to kill Yukong. No matter where he goes, he stirs up waves. This time he's caused another sensation, said Wang Shan enviously. As for the other monstrous geniuses, they were completely stunned. Of course, other than Zichen's power, the monk was even more shocked. Evil good and evil monk, this guy with a shiny forehead actually had such strength. When he used the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra, even Yukong was no match for him. Covering his face with both hands, Tyrant's face was filled with regret. He roared in his heart that this was just a misunderstanding, but no one believed him. There was a chill in the air, and even Tyrant felt his body trembling. He was completely frightened. The one who died wasn't just any ordinary Yukong. It was Yukong from the Heavenly Slaughter Sect. He was a powerful being from the Heavenly Slaughter Sect. Others might not know, but Tyrant knew very well how strong the Heavenly Slaughter Sect was. They were the only power in the southern region that had connections with the outside world. Furthermore, they were a major power. In fact, in some aspects, they weren't weaker than the Martial Heaven Alliance. Assassins, this was a profession that had existed since the beginning of the human race. It was very ancient, passed down from generation to generation, and would never disappear. He couldn't shirk the responsibility of Yukong's death. This time, it could be said that he had provoked a great enemy. Tyrant was vexed and regretful. His heart was filled with anger. He blamed Ziqin. Why was he always so unlucky when he met him? Evil good monk, it's him. As expected of the most mysterious monster in the southern region. His strength is indeed unfathomable, able to cause Yukong to become absent-minded with a single strike. Is this intentional? He made everyone lose focus, but this fierce person is fine. Is he intentionally letting him go? So the two of them are together. That's right. Only monstrous geniuses with such battle prowess can become friends. The discussions in the crowd were undoubtedly making things worse for Tyrant. Die for me. Tyrant hollered as golden light surged around him. His benevolent expression turned into a fiendish one, filled with killing intent. Clearly, he was trying to distance himself from this. At the same time, he was trying to tell the people of the Godly Kills Pavilion that this was all a misunderstanding. Indeed, he's here to save him. Even his tone is the same. That's right. It's the same tone as the big powers. He's here to save him, but he's here to kill. No one believed Tyrant's pretentious expression. To most of them, the previous strike was just to create an opportunity for Ziqin. Tyrant even had thoughts of dying. Misunderstanding. Everything was just a misunderstanding. The coldness in the air intensified. With the death of Yukong and the loss of face, the assassins of the Godly Kills Pavilion locked onto Ziqin. Misunderstanding. This is just a misunderstanding. Kid, go to hell. Tyrant hollered once more. His eyes were filled with ferocity, revealing the true face of an evil monk. But what he got in return was a knowing smile and a knowing look in everyone's eyes. Tyrant's lungs were about to explode. Monk, I can't express my gratitude with words. I'm not someone who forgets my roots. I'll remember what happened today. Next time, I'll definitely drink and chat with you. At that moment, Ziqin turned his head with a righteous expression. Pooh, shut your mouth. You and I are irreconcilable. Tyrant was furious. I know, but I'll remember this favor. This is a spatial spirit ring. Take it as a gift. If I don't die today, I'll repay this favor in the future. Zi Chen's expression was solemn as he took out a spiritual ring. He had snatched 5 spiritual rings from the 5 monsters. They weren't ordinary spiritual rings. They were the wealth of big powers. The reason why these monsters could carry such a huge amount of wealth was because of their families. To be precise, the vitality stones in the spiritual rings belonged to their families. It was a shocking amount of wealth. Zi Chen tossed the spiritual ring over with a look of gratitude. Then he turned around and left. Slap! The spiritual ring turned into a ray of light and was caught by Tyrant subconsciously. There was a hint of greed in his crazed eyes, but at this moment he felt the coldness in the air getting thicker. Obviously, he was targeted by a group of assassins. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Don't blame me. Tyrant tried to explain, but he held the spiritual ring tightly in his hand. His explanation was very weak. No one believed him. The coldness in the air got thicker. Tyrant's expression kept changing. This was a spiritual ring. There was endless wealth in it. He suddenly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He turned into a ray of golden light and ran out. For the spiritual ring, he had to give it his all. Swoosh! At this moment, the assassins in the dark arrived. Each one of them struck out a killing blow. Cold light flashed as sharp sword chi wreaked havoc. Ma. Tyrant seized the opportunity and ran away quickly. At the same time, Tyrant also added a strong defense to himself. The Buddhist protective divine art appeared again. It was another terrifying battle skill. Just like that, Tyrant left with a group of assassins. Zi Chen had offended 5 major powers, so he quickly fled. Although there were 3 major powers helping him, the number of Zephyrs was far less than the number of Zephyrs. There were even more Zephyrs attacking Zi Chen. Spiritual weapons in the air were very scary. Once they attacked, Zi Chen would be dead for sure. Come, let's see if you want to kill me or take the spiritual ring. Blocking the way, Zi Chen threw caution to the wind. A light flashed in his hand, and a spiritual ring appeared. He shouted at Yukong, "This is Wu Feng's spiritual ring." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen threw the spiritual ring out. The spiritual ring turned into a ray of light and fell down. It was unknown whether it was intentional or coincidental, but where the spiritual ring fell, there were a few monsters. Among them were Zhu Zizong, Lu Qin, and people from the Qin family. Their eyes lit up, and they immediately attacked. This was Wu Feng's wealth. It was also martial ancestors' wealth. After the spiritual ring flew out, Yukong hesitated for a while. In the end, he gave up on Zi Chen and rushed towards the spiritual ring. Boom! Below, a fierce battle broke out because of a spiritual ring. Beside the monsters, there was Yukong, so they naturally wanted to snatch the spiritual ring. This is Song Kuen's spiritual ring. Zi Chen took out another spiritual ring and tossed it to the place with the most people. Instantly, it caused a huge commotion. At the same time, many figures chased after the spiritual ring in the air. Compared to Zi Chen's life, wealth was more important. This is Chu Lai's. A light flashed, and the spiritual ring reappeared. Zi Chen tossed it to the other monsters. At the same time, he turned into a ray of golden light and fled outside. There were many monsters. Those from the large factions who did not make a move earlier went crazy when the spiritual ring appeared. They instantly made a move. However, there were many monsters in the air. Before Zi Chen could get far, he was surrounded again. This is Li Yu's. Zi Chen tossed out another spiritual ring. He was like a beam of light flying to the horizon. He was using the spiritual ring to save his life. At the same time, Xiao Qin displayed his extreme speed and turned into a ray of light, continuing to flee. After the spiritual ring was tossed out, everyone went crazy. They continuously fought over it, making huge moves. At this moment, the monsters in the air were no longer calm. They sent out terrifying attacks. There was too much wealth in the spiritual ring. They could not afford to lose it. This is Gun Li's. The Gun clan's spiritual ring was tossed out in the end. After that, Chen clapped his hands. He had a pained expression on his face, but he was very relaxed. He said, "The spiritual ring is gone. You all can fight for it. Don't make things difficult for me. Today, I am not here for the wealth, but for my pride." Gung looks down on loose cultivators. Today, I will let him know that the Gung clan spent countless resources to nurture him is not even comparable to a loose cultivator. After saying that, Chen turned into a ray of golden light and fled. Furthermore, Chen's words caused many loose cultivators to cheer. Clearly, he was helping them gain face. As for Gung Lu, who had just woken up, he vomited blood again and fainted. Everyone cheered for Chen. This was a noble person who had broken away from vulgar interests. He did not even care about wealth. All wealth was like a fleeting cloud. It was admirable. However, some people soon realized that something was wrong. Chen had only snatched 5 spiritual rings, but now, including the monk's spiritual ring, he had thrown out 6 spiritual rings. How come there was one more? Some people were confused and could not react. Could it be that they had lost another spiritual ring? Damn it, this spiritual ring is empty. At this moment, an exasperated voice sounded. One of the monsters in the air snatched the spiritual ring. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. It was empty inside. Damn it, this one is empty too. Another roar sounded. There was endless anger in the rumbling voice. They did not know how long they had fought to get the spiritual ring, but it was empty. As soon as he said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Those who had previously praised Chen for being a virtuous man who regarded wealth as a passing cloud were also speechless. Kid die. The group of monsters in the air went crazy and chased after him again. This time, they lost even more face. They had been fooled. And this time, Chen had aroused public anger. The monsters in the air who had not attacked before all attacked now. At this moment, Chen's hand flashed again. He took out a spiritual ring and said, "This is Wu Feng's spiritual ring." After saying that, he threw it out. "This is Gun Li's. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Don't chase anymore. I'll give you the spiritual rings." Chen waved his hand, and several spirit rings flew out, flying to different places. Chapter 311. Yongqi City was in complete chaos. A group of powerful cultivators took action. Some of them were rogue cultivators. Ao Baichuan's ruins had attracted the attention of many powerful experts. Previously, they had all been hiding and watching the show. However, when they saw someone flying into the air, snatching a spirit ring, and then leaving without saying a word, they finally made a move. The wealth in the spiritual ring was shocking. It was worth it for a cultivator to take action. It was a chaotic battle. With so many cultivators taking action, the entire Yongqi city was trembling. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and the sound of explosions spread throughout the city. As for the culprit, Chen, he had already disappeared without a trace. "It's too terrifying," everyone exclaimed. The royal mountain was even more shocked. Chen's actions were too big. Why does he have to make such a big commotion every time he appears? He's able to create chaos in Yongqi City alone. It's too powerful. The others were also shocked. In the auction hall, several experts were still discussing. Only their voices could be heard, but no one was seen. Ao Baichuan's burial ground is full of powerful formations. Without the correct route, it's impossible to enter, and it's impossible to appear on its own. But now the ruins have appeared on its own. An old voice said, "That's right. That's why I'm sure that someone went in first and got the correct route." In other words, they got the map of the ruins. Liu family's expert said, "How do you know?" In terms of formations, Ao Baichuan was the #1 person in the southern region. His battle prowess was extremely powerful, and he could even kill Sky Realm warriors. His formations were even more profound. According to the records, his chi and blood were very vigorous, and his life force was very active. If he lived for 3,000 years, it means that his lifespan ran out 6,000 years ago. For someone who has studied spell formations to the extreme, how could a mere 6,000 people possibly cause the spell formations in the ruins to weaken? Now that they have appeared, it can only mean that someone has entered the ruins and destroyed some of the spell formations. That's why the ruins have appeared. Then who went in? I'm not sure, but obviously it's not someone at our level. Rumble. Suddenly, a trembling sound rang out, causing the entire auction hall to shake. Is this the news you wanted to tell us? Someone else asked, but no one cared where the vibration came from. Of course, there are other things. In the periphery of the ruins, the formations will change every once in a while. It's the same inside the ruins. After they are destroyed, they will automatically reappear after a period of time. The pattern is very difficult to grasp. This time, we have to find a formation master to enter the ruins. Otherwise, just the many formations will cost us a lot of energy. Moreover, we have to break all the formations at once and be fully prepared before we enter. Boom! The vibration sounded again, but still no one paid attention to it. After that, the group of experts discussed when to enter the ruins and find an auspicious day. Let's send out invitations to look for array formation grandmasters. Perhaps in the past 10,000 years, many array formation grandmasters have appeared in the southern region. That's right. Right now, the southern region is also filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Perhaps 1 or 2 formation grandmasters will appear. We will personally send out invitations. It was obvious that they attached great importance to this trip to the ruins. Rumble. As the discussion progressed, the tremors became louder and more violent, causing the entire world to tremble. What's happening outside? Why is there such a big commotion? Finally, someone spoke, obviously dissatisfied. After that, a terrifying spiritual sense was released, instantly enveloping the entire Yongchi city. Hey, what's going on? Why are they all fighting? Just as he released his spiritual sense, he saw a shocking scene. The entire Yongchi city had become a battlefield. Smoke and dust filled the sky. There were battles everywhere. In the sky, there were battles. In the ground, there were battles. The entire Yongchi city was in chaos. What's going on? The others were also dumbfounded. They were just discussing some matters, and they weren't done yet. The entire Yongchi city was in chaos. All the major forces were fighting. It was simply a chaotic battle. Stop, all of you stop! Suddenly, an old man shouted, directly spreading through the entire Yongchi city. The boundless pressure was terrifying. Many people fell to the ground, and their faces changed drastically. The ancestor-level expert spoke, surging with endless pressure. Everyone was shocked, and the battle instantly stopped. What the hell is going on? Why are they all fighting? The Liu family expert was very dissatisfied. As the host, everyone was fighting in the city. Obviously, they didn't give him face. A group of people stopped in the air, but they didn't know what to say. The people of the 5 major powers were all staring at each other with murderous intent. As for the Red Cloud City and the other major powers, they were all fighting with real anger. Wang Jinwei had even injured 2 ancestor-level experts. His battle strength was tyrannical. Lu Mingyong, tell me what's going on. The old man's voice was filled with anger. The host, Ancestor Liu family, spoke, his voice deafening. Uncle, we're chasing after a true energy realm brat who's causing trouble in Yongchi City. Lu Mingyong said respectfully to the void. What? So many of you have messed up Yongchi City? You're actually chasing after a true energy realm brat? What a scandal. The Liu family expert was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. As for the other ancestor-level experts, they were gloating. The Liu family expert was furious. Tell me, what's going on? A brat came here to cause trouble. He injured a few other brats and stole their spiritual rings. We wanted to kill that brat, but they wanted to kill him too. Knowing that it was dangerous, the brat left the ring and ran away. Hence, a scuffle broke out. What spiritual ring can cause a scuffle? Haven't you seen a spiritual ring before? The Liu family expert was furious. Today, there were so many ancestor-level experts. For such a thing to happen, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. These brats are interesting. That's right. For a spiritual ring, they can cause chaos. That's not right. Your Liu family is a weapon maker. If you say that you don't have many experts, we'll believe it. But if you say that you don't have a spiritual ring, we won't believe it. In the auction house, mocking laughter could be heard. The ancestor-level experts looked like they were watching a good show. Your people are fighting too. What's the point of all of you laughing here? The Liu family expert was dissatisfied. Fighting for a spiritual ring. That's not right. That's right. We should ask whose spiritual ring it is. Another ancestor-level expert mocked. His voice spread throughout Yongqi City. Then tell me, what kind of spirit ring is it that can make you guys not even care about your face? The Liu family's expert was enraged. Clearly, he had a violent temper. A terrifying pressure swept over. Liu Mingyong trembled as he said, "Martial ancestor. Gung family, Li family, Tsong family, and Chu family. Those brats who participated in the auction were knocked out by one person and had their spiritual ring stolen." What? They were beaten up? 1 against 5 and they were knocked out? At this moment, 5 voices rang out in succession, filled with shock and disbelief. They were the few sect masters who had been mocking him previously. They were targeted as soon as they appeared in the auction house. In the end, they were knocked out one by one. Liu Mingyong explained slowly. Below, the few monsters who had just woken up were ashamed and angry when they heard this. They couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. 5 against 1, and we couldn't beat him. That's why we attacked. Liu Mingyong emphasized the 5 against 1. Ha! 5 against 1, and you couldn't beat him. You're really powerful. A hearty laugh rang out. Uncle, we already succeeded. It's just that these few came out to cause trouble. That's why the thief escaped. At this moment, someone from the Tsong family walked out. Nonsense. We wanted to kill that thief. You guys are the ones who caused trouble. Immediately a rebuttal rang out. Instantly a quarrel began. Granduncle, it's like this. Their evildoers were no match for him, and they attacked him from the air. They couldn't take him down for a long time, and even used their spirit weapons. Evildoers couldn't do it, nor could they do it in the air. Therefore, we might as well take action and not let this thief escape. But who knew that this thief was very cunning? After killing one of the evildoers, he threw away his ring and ran away. The faces of the 5 forces who were at a disadvantage were pale. The ancestor-level experts didn't say a word. Their faces were gloomy. A slap in the face. This was a slap in the face. Suddenly, someone seemed to have thought of something. What? You said that he killed one of the Zephyrs and ran away? Yes, one of the Zephyrs from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was beheaded. Wang Jinwei said. After that, the crowd dispersed, and a headless corpse appeared. His clothes were gone, and even his inner armor was taken away. Under the strong spiritual sense, the ancestor-level expert from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion almost vomited blood. This was a slap in the face. He was still mocking others before this. What's going on? It's evil good monk. He used the 6 syllables mantra. After that, the thief attacked. That kid gave him a spiritual ring to thank him, but he ran away. All the ancestor-level experts were furious, but fortunately, they were able to keep their composure. Find him. We must find him. We can't let this thief go. Catch him and bring him back. You guys go quickly and bring evil good monk back. All the ancestor-level experts said in a deep voice. Their voices resounded throughout Yongqi City. Although there was no emotion in their voices, the atmosphere was much colder after they spoke. Yes, at this moment, The experts of the 5 major forces moved out. Of course, before that, they took back the spiritual rings. Out of the 10 spiritual rings, only 3 belonged to them. The remaining 7 were empty. Evil Good Monk took one. There's still one left. It must be in the thief's hands. Find him. We must find him. One by one, they flew out of Yongchi City. You guys go too. Don't let him run away again. The other ancestor-level experts said. Lu Mingyong, Wang Jinwei, and Qi Qingqiu nodded and left quickly with their men. Thousands of miles away, Evil Good Monk finally got rid of the pursuit. His kasaya was tattered, but he was holding a spiritual ring tightly in his hand. Humph, count yourself lucky. I'll deal with you next time. The monk snorted and leaned against a big tree. Then, golden light surged around him and rushed towards the spiritual ring. It's done. When the spiritual ring turned golden, the monk was overjoyed and smiled. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. He was stunned. After a long time, he roared, Zichen, you and I are irreconcilable. The spiritual ring was empty. There was no wealth. The monk's face was ferocious and terrifying. Chapter 312. The exploration of the remnant was imminent, but the major powers went crazy. Someone stole their things right under their noses. 2 of the rings were stolen. Everyone concluded that one was with Tyrant and the other was with Luo. Back then, when Tyrant saved Luo even gave him a ring. No one thought that it was fake. The next day, the 2's portraits were hung everywhere. They were determined to find them. At the same time, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion announced that they were irreconcilable with Tyrant. Zichen, I'm also irreconcilable with you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Tyrant roared furiously at a mountain peak when he received the news. His voice echoed through the mountain stream. Why was he so unlucky? Nothing good would come out of running into Zichen. You're too immoral. You'd rather throw away the ring than give it to me. I'm not done with you. Tyrant was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He roared at the mountain in the distance. The atmosphere in Yongchi City was very tense. The experts of the major powers all moved out to search for Luo and Tyrant. You didn't see the scene back then. He fought 1 against 5. Many people even tried to sneak attack him, but they were all knocked unconscious. Luo is too strong. That battle was too terrifying. Luo's combat strength is even stronger than Zichen's. The entire Yongchi City was discussing this matter. Furthermore, everyone already knew that the fierce person was Luo. A Yukong expert was beheaded in an instant by Luo. His teamwork with Tyrant was simply flawless. They were a match made in heaven. When the 2 of them appeared, all the demonic geniuses had to submit. When the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilions people heard this, their expressions turned even uglier. The one who died was their elder assassin. He was very strong and had outstanding battle results back then. Yet he died at the hands of a nobody. It was truly a tragic death. Back then, when Chulai came, he said that he could kill Luo with 1 slap. However, in the end, he was knocked unconscious after 2 battles. Even his teeth were knocked out and his ring was snatched. There were other demonic geniuses surrounding him, but they were all knocked unconscious by Luo. Gang Lu looked down on loose cultivators, but what happened in the end? A single, loose cultivator challenged 5 of them. The 5 monstrous geniuses had not appeared for several days. Although some of them had their spirit rings recovered, they were too ashamed to show up. This time, they had lost a lot of face. Not only had they lost face, but they had also lost face for their families. What's wrong with this brother-in-law? Every time he's here, he's always stirring up trouble and slapping the faces of the major powers. Could it be that he was born to slap the faces of others? Inside the room, Wang Shan's face was filled with envy and jealousy. This person is so strong, he must have encountered some kind of opportunity. However, I am very curious as to why he did not leave with Sulong. beside him. Wang Shi indifferently said. Maybe Su Long didn't leave either, Wang Qiong said. So you're saying that Su Long will also have designs on the ruins? Who knows? But I'm guessing that Su Long isn't here. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago during that crisis. Wang Xian didn't say anything. She was sulking by herself. After a few days, Zi Chun changed his appearance and swaggered to Yongqi City. He met with a small-eyed young man in a tavern. There were 4 dishes and 2 pots of wine by the window. The two of them sat facing each other. How was it? Zi Chen transmitted his voice and poured wine for the young man. I got it. I'll give it to you now. The small-eyed young man transmitted his voice. After that, he took out an inconspicuous jade box and passed it to the young man. This is the blue spirit grass that Zhu Zizong got from the auction. There are 3 of them in total. Thanks. Zi Chen gratefully kept the jade box. It was very ordinary and no one paid attention to it. After that, he asked, When are you guys leaving? We don't know yet. We're looking for a formation master. Once we find one, we'll head over. You just have to wait outside the city, and you'll see it. However, it will still take some time. I heard that the 2 elders personally went to invite a formation master. The small-eyed young man drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. After that, the 2 of them chatted about some irrelevant topics. Oh, right. You have to be careful during this period. After the battle that day, many people are suspecting your identity. It's better if you don't show yourself and don't fight with others. If you show that you can suppress the demonic geniuses, it will arouse suspicion. The small-eyed young man warned. They suspect that I'm Zi Chen. Zi Chen's expression changed slightly. That's right. The Wang clan has already confirmed your identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made a move that day. As for the Lu clan, I'm afraid that they already know because they tried their best to protect you that day. You have to be careful. Zi Chen frowned. He felt that things were not going well. If his identity was exposed, there would be no place for him to hide in the southern region. After a while, the 2 of them paid the bill and left. The wine pot was already empty, but the dishes were untouched. Zi Chen walked out of the city. No one paid attention to him. He had obtained 2 spirit rings, one each from Gung Lu and the other from Chu Lai. However, he could not remove the mark on the spirit rings, so he could not use them. Hee. I wonder what expression that damn monk has. Zi Chen could not help but laugh as he glanced at the portrait of the monk hanging at the side. Back then, Shao Qin had said a lot of bold and visionary words. However, he ended up giving the monk an empty spirit ring. When Shao Chan thought about the monk's expression after he ran for his life and discovered the empty spirit ring, he felt like laughing. Zi Chen went to look for Miao Kong to ask for the blue spirit grass. First, he would let old Mo recover. Then he would let old Mo use his spiritual sense to attack the spirit ring. After walking for more than 500 kilometers, Shao Qin arrived at a huge mountain range. There was a small town beside the mountain range. Zi Qin and Atian were hiding here for now. It had to be said that the big factions were very resourceful. There were portraits of the 2 of them in the small town. What's the situation now? Atian asked nervously when he saw Zi Qin return. People are looking for me and the monk everywhere. The atmosphere in Yongqi City is very tense. Zi Chen smiled and did not care, but it doesn't matter. Under normal circumstances, no one can recognize me. Did you get the blue spirit grass? Of course. Zi Chen shook the jade box in his hand and said happily, It's Zhu Zizong's. I don't know what method Miao Kong used to get it. It was a group of 3 blue spirit grass. As soon as the jade box was opened, the whole room was filled with blue light. It was very dazzling with a psychedelic color. It's really the blue spirit grass. Such rich spiritual energy. Tian exclaimed. Of course, this is tens of thousands of yuan stones. Its quality is naturally higher. If it succeeds, we can really enter the depths of the ruins. Tian was a little excited and could not help but rub his hands. He used to be the unlucky Tian. Everything was not going well. However, after meeting Zichen, he seemed to have become the lucky Tian. Although he was occasionally unlucky, it was much better than before. Now, the formation master that was a headache for many forces was about to appear in front of Tian. I'm 80% sure. Zichen was very confident in Elder Hiroshi's formation skills. Light flashed and the Taiji diagram appeared. One black and one white with two extreme colors. Zichen pointed two fingers in the direction of extreme yin and extreme yang. The next moment, two extreme energies appeared. 1. The Taiji diagram suddenly trembled and shone brightly. Then it automatically floated and rotated in the air. At the same time, two light beams suddenly shot out from the positions of extreme yin and extreme yang. The light beams fell to the ground and reflected on the ground like a rotating yin-yang diagram. So magical. Tian was stupefied. He had once again seen two extreme types of energy. Furthermore, they were compatible under such circumstances. It could be said that they were mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. They could neither be compatible nor separated. The rotating light beams formed a yin-yang diagram. There was a suction force in it. Zichen moved his mind and placed a blue spirit grass under the yin-yang diagram. A miraculous scene happened in the next moment. Blue light flashed on the blue spirit grass as if it was being disintegrated. Waves of spiritual energy flowed along the two beams of light and surged toward the Tai Chi symbol above. It was as if the Tai Chi symbol was being devoured. Under the naked eye, the blue spirit grass was slowly withering, and the spiritual energy around it was dissipating. So magical, Tian exclaimed. Phew! Seeing the blue spirit grass withering little by little, Zichen was also relieved. Previously, he did not know how to inject this energy into the Taiji diagram to help Elder Hiroshi recover. The blue spirit grass withered quickly, and its spiritual energy dissipated as if it had gone through the baptism of time. In the end, it turned into powder, and all the energy was absorbed. However, Zichen did not feel Elder Hiroshi's soul recovering. Again, Zichen was unwilling to give up. The light beam on the Taiji diagram rotated again and fell on the second blue spirit grass. The blue spirit grass was absorbed, and after a while, the blue spirit grass withered. The delicate leaves glowed with yellow light and finally dissipated. Zichen's forehead was already sweating. Elder Hiroshi's soul still did not have any fluctuations. It was still dead silent. He only had 3 blue spirit grass. If Elder Hiroshi could not recover, he would have no other way. At that time, not to mention going to the ruins, even the 2 spirit rings in his hand would not be of any use. Taking a deep breath, Zichen picked up the last blue spirit grass and placed it on the light beam. The spiritual energy was being absorbed. Zichen was very nervous and kept praying in his heart. It must succeed. Elder Hiroshi, you must wake up. Zichen roared in his heart. The blue spirit grass emitted a luster, and the spiritual energy in it was quickly absorbed by the Taiji diagram. Zichen's heart was in his throat. The energy of the blue spirit grass would be absorbed quickly. If Elder Hiroshi's soul did not respond, then Zichen would be finished. Tian was also very nervous and retreated. He was the unlucky Tian. At this moment, he did not want to suppress Zichen's luck. The 3rd blue spirit grass finally exhausted all its energy. With a bang, it turned into powder and dissipated in the air. In the Taiji diagram, Elder Hiroshi's soul still did not move. At the same time, the 2 light beams also slowly dissipated. Sigh. Zichen sighed. He was very disappointed that his efforts were in vain. Tian did not speak. His face was full of self-blame. He thought that he should have retreated earlier. He must have suppressed Zichen's luck. Let's think of another way. Zichen forced a smile. Atian did not speak. Buzz. At this moment, the two light beams on the Taiji diagram disappeared. The Taiji diagram suddenly trembled. Then, in Zichen's perception, Elder Hiroshi's soul showed signs of awakening. Chapter 313. Elder Mo had indeed woken up, but in less than a breath's time, he once again fell into a deep sleep. This soul power is too strong. I need to refine it. Elder Mo sent out a thought while he was in deep sleep. Zichen was completely relieved. There was still some time before the exploration of the ruins. During this time, he would strive to make a breakthrough in his strength. Last time, he had risked his life to snatch Yukong's spirit ring. Other than the spirit weapons and ancient weapons, there was also Yukong's accumulated wealth. Zichen could be considered rich for once. In the past, he used primeval stones to cultivate. Now he used primeval pills. This was a product from the Dan Yongqin family. Each pill contained rich primeval qi and could be directly absorbed. The cost was not cheap. Only the core disciples of the big forces could use primeval pills to cultivate. For you. Zichen threw a porcelain bottle to Atian. What? Atian opened it. Immediately, a rich primeval qi gushed out. Sparkling and translucent pills appeared in the bottle. There were a total of 10 pills. He inhaled with his nose, and a rich primeval qi entered his abdomen. A refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. These are primeval pills. Atian was shocked. His eyes were wide open. Atian's combat strength was strong, but he had always been unlucky. He was also very poor. Back then, he had killed many experts from the Gung family, but he did not have time to plunder their wealth. He was even chased down. Even before he met Zichen, he used primeval stones with mixed primeval qi to cultivate. It could be said that he was very miserable. After meeting Zichen, his luck changed. Atian was very satisfied with using primeval stones to cultivate. He had never dreamed of using primeval pills to cultivate. This was a real high-grade item. You are very knowledgeable. You even know about primeval pills. Zichen smiled and looked at Atian with surprise. Atian smiled awkwardly and said, I have seen Godfather's foster sons use them. All right, what does this mean? We will use it to cultivate in the future and strive to make a breakthrough in our strength, Zichen said. What? Using it to cultivate all the time? Isn't that a luxury? Only with luxury can there be progress. I still have a lot here, enough for both of us to break through to the next level. After speaking, Zichen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He adjusted his state of mind and began to refine the Yuan power pills. Atian was a little dumbfounded. Happiness came so quickly that he still didn't dare to adapt. In his opinion, using primordial stones to cultivate was already very fast. Right at this moment, Atian was stunned to see that Zichen actually took out 2 essence force pills and swallowed them in one gulp. This is too extravagant. Could it be that he doesn't care about the loss of origin energy? Atian clicked his tongue and looked at the elemental energy pill in his hand, reluctant to part with it. He wanted to put it away. He was not used to using this thing to cultivate. It was too extravagant. Don't be stingy. Refine it as soon as possible. Increasing your strength is the most important. There are many dangers in the ruins, and every bit of strength you can increase your chances of survival. Gun Lu and Chu Lai's spatial rings are with me. Once I open them, you will know how rich I am. At that time, I can let you eat these Yuan power pills like candy. Zichen closed his eyes and said. Hearing this, Atian no longer hesitated. He poured out 1 Yuan power pill and swallowed it, beginning to refine it. However, his refining speed was very slow and could not compare to Zichen. Because of the ruins, more and more experts came to Yongqi City. Among them, there were many people who studied formations. They were numerous and formed a formation army, but their strength was uneven. A true formation master had yet to appear. A few powers were waiting. There were already older generation figures who personally went to invite a formation master. During this time, a few rogue cultivator alliances appeared and formed a very strong power. They took spirit weapons and forbidden artifacts and charged into the ruins. Just as Liu family said, the previously destroyed formations were all restored and changed. As soon as the rogue cultivator alliance charged in, they were trapped by the formations. Before they even reached the ruins, they had already used up several forbidden artifacts, and many experts were injured or died. Even one of Yukong's people died. In the end, they returned in low spirits. The defeat of the rogue cultivator alliance caused a huge commotion. Those people who were restless also quieted down, not daring to have any other ideas. Time passed. A few powers still did not give up on searching for Luo and the monk. However, Luo seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No matter how they searched, they could not find any clues. Moreover, even the extremely eye-catching monk could not be found. The bald head with a shiny forehead seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. The southern region became quiet again. However, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. In a small town in an inn, one by one, the Yuan Li Dan were refined. Tian's heart was bleeding. These Yuan Li Dan were very expensive, but they were worth it. Tian's strength was increasing rapidly. He believed that it would not be long before he broke through again. Tian opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on Zichen. Tian's expression changed. He could roughly refine 2 elemental energy pills a day. This speed was not considered slow. However, compared to Zichen, it paled in comparison. Zichen could refine 2 bottles a day. This refining speed was more than 10 times his. Compared to Zichen, Tian felt that he was moving at the speed of a turtle. Other than refining speed, what made Tian extremely shocked was that Zichen's extreme energy was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Tian asked himself, if he had Zichen's refining speed, with so many elemental energy pills, he would have no problem breaking through 2 heavens and reaching the peak of the true energy realm. However, Zichen's strength had not broken through yet. Moreover, he had only reached the 5th heavens from the 4th heavens. This huge consumption made one speechless. In front of him, there was a pile of jade bottles on the ground. Just looking at it would make one's heart tremble. This represented an endless supply of elemental energy stones. At first, Zichan was refining them 2 by 2. However, in the end, he was refining 1 bottle at a time. A total of 10 elemental energy pills. It was as if he was eating jelly beans. Tian blushed with shame. Clang! Another empty bottle appeared and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Another bottle. Tian was stunned. He was glad that he was not Zichen. Otherwise, without any resources, he would not be able to improve his strength even after a few years. I have to work hard too. Taking a deep breath, Tian closed his eyes and started refining the elemental energy pills. Beside him, there were 10 bottles full of elemental energy pills given by Zichen. It was enough for him to squander. With endless resources, Tian's cultivation became even more diligent. Time passed day by day. The 2 of them did not move at all. Other than cultivating, they were still cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. There was still no movement from the major forces. The formation masters had not been invited yet. Many of the independent cultivators were getting impatient, but there was nothing they could do. Wang. In a room in the inn, the energy of heaven and earth suddenly trembled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the room was like boiling water, constantly surging. Then, with Tian as the center, a huge suction force appeared, forming a whirlpool. I'm going to break through. Tian was overjoyed. He had been cultivating day and night. After refining several bottles of elemental energy pills, he finally reached the limit of breaking through. At this moment, he was a rare moment of heroism. He grabbed a porcelain bottle, poured out 3 elemental energy pills and swallowed them instantly. At this moment, a breakthrough in strength required a lot of energy. Am I going to break through? Zichen opened his eyes. He felt that his energy had also reached a limit. In front of him, there were dozens of empty porcelain bottles, close to 100 of them. The number of elemental energy pills he had refined was already uncountable. The aura around Ation was getting stronger and stronger. The energy of heaven and earth was surging more violently. This was a sign that he was about to break through. After a moment, a strong aura burst out, and streams of elemental energy surrounded Ation's body. 8th heaven. Ation had broken through to the 8th heaven. One more step, and he would be at the 9th heaven, the peak of true yuan. Ha! Feeling the abundant elemental energy in his body, Ation could not help but laugh. A breakthrough in strength was exciting. Congratulations. Zichen also laughed. This is all thanks to your elemental energy pills. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take to break through. Ation turned his head and looked at Zichen. You have refined so many elemental energy pills, dozens of times more than me. Haven't you broken through yet? Soon. I feel that I have reached my limit. I'm going to break through now. Zichen nodded. He was excited that his strength was about to break through again. Break through now? Ation was startled. He did not understand. Zichen smiled mysteriously and did not explain. He walked out of the inn and away from the town. He arrived at the mountain range and found a suitable place. We have to go to the mountain range to break through. Ation followed behind with a face full of doubt. However, when the first bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, he came to a realization. Heavenly lightning. Ation's mouth was wide open, his face full of shock. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning descended with a terrifying aura, directly bombarding Zichen's body. The terrifying lightning wreaked havoc, but under Ation's astonished gaze, Zichen was unscathed, and he swallowed the lightning energy in one gulp. How is this possible? Ation's face was full of disbelief. He could not believe that a person in the true Yuan realm could attract the lightning tribulation and even resist it. A surging aura was surging. Just as Ation got a little closer, he was swept up by the lightning energy and was directly pushed back. Zichen's internal organs were churning. It was obvious how terrifying the lightning was. However, Zichen was using his body to block it. Boom! Bolts of lightning fell. The aura was terrifying, like a lightning dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Swoosh! A dazzling golden light rushed to the sky, instantly destroying a bolt of lightning. Extreme Yang, which had not appeared for a long time, appeared again. Extreme Yin followed. It carried a cold and destructive aura. It was like a golden divine lightning, defying the heavens, causing the energy to roar and destroy the lightning in the sky. In the distance, Ation was already dumbfounded. Lightning tribulation. This was a terrifying existence. No one was willing to bear it. Who would not tremble when they heard about it? Its appearance meant that the heavens and earth could not tolerate it, and lightning would destroy it. But looking at Zichen, who was only in the true Yuan realm, he seemed to be very relaxed facing the lightning tribulation. Bolts of lightning fell, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. Zichen blocked them easily, constantly swallowing the lightning energy, and at the same time, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 314. In the blink of an eye, dozens of lightning bolts struck down. As the power of the lightning bolts grew stronger, Zichen was finally injured. Cracks appeared on both of his fists. Dazzling golden light burst out as he coughed out blood. Ation, who was shocked, was worried because the power of the lightning bolts was getting more and more terrifying. Boom! The power of the lightning bolts was getting stronger and stronger. Zichen coughed out blood as he was severely injured. His body was charred black by the lightning bolts. In the end, a huge sea of lightning appeared in the sky. Each bolt of lightning was like a heaven and earth chain, piercing through heaven and earth, releasing a terrifying aura. Resplendent silver light illuminated the entire world. The destructive might of the lightning swept through the mountains and forests, causing hundreds of beasts to prostrate in fear. This was the fifth lightning tribulation, which was even more powerful. The destructive aura kept rippling, bringing the power of the lightning bolts down from the sky. Atian's face changed. He stepped back again, his face full of worry. The sea of lightning fell from the sky, and the destructive aura spread and raged. The mountain where he was standing before was also submerged by the sea of lightning. The mountain rocks were turned into dust, and the trees were turned into sawdust. This is too scary. There are dozens of lightning bolts. No wonder he has unparalleled combat strength. Every time he increases his strength, he has to go through the lightning tribulation. How can his combat strength not be strong? Atian was shocked. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that he could survive. The sea of lightning raged for a quarter of an hour, making Atian tremble and worried. Even though he was far away, he could feel the terrifying aura of the lightning bolts. When the sea of lightning dissipated, the area within a few thousand meters had become scorched earth. The mountain range had become a plain. The mountains, rocks, and ridges were all turned into dust and disappeared. The trees exploded and turned into sawdust, disappearing without a trace. Only in the middle was a charred figure standing there. Green smoke rose from his body, but he still didn't fall. Atian held his breath and did not say a word. Wang, with a tremble, a surge of vitality gushed out from the figure. Resplendent golden light spread out like a sun, dazzling and eye-catching. It was as if he had been reborn. The old black skin faded away and new skin appeared. Zichen was like a war god in golden armor, standing between heaven and earth. Heavens, he really withstood the lightning tribulation. Atian was overwhelmed with shock, and then his face was filled with pleasant surprise. The lightning tribulation that made people tremble just by hearing its name was actually passed just like that. After experiencing the baptism of the lightning tribulation, Zichen's aura became even more terrifying. There seemed to be a kind of destructive energy surging in his every movement. Too terrifying. No wonder he has unparalleled combat strength. Just withstanding the bombardment of dozens of heavenly thunder is enough to be proud of. Atian was shocked. Are all Tian-level cultivators so terrifying? Hurry up and leave. Just as Atian was in shock, he heard Chen's voice transmission. The commotion here is too big. It will attract experts. After he finished speaking, he turned into a beam of golden light and flew into the distance. Atian reacted and followed closely behind. After a while, a figure appeared in the sky above the mountain range. After seeing the scorched earth within a few thousand meters, the group of people in the sky changed their expressions. Lightning tribulation. It's the lightning tribulation again. He has successfully passed the lightning tribulation. Why are there so many experts undergoing the lightning tribulation recently? Could it be that the lightning tribulation has become weaker? The group of people in the sky were puzzled. After looking around and finding nothing, they turned and left one by one. Those who could pass the lightning tribulation were naturally unparalleled experts. They did not dare to disturb them. Too terrifying. Zichen, this is too terrifying. Could it be that your unparalleled combat strength is because of the lightning tribulation? Could it be that every time you break through, you have to undergo the lightning tribulation? Tian asked impatiently as soon as he returned to the inn. The shock in his eyes lingered for a long time. Something like that. Zichen nodded. His unparalleled combat strength seemed to be inseparable from the lightning tribulation. As for why he attracted the lightning tribulation, Zichen could not tell if it was because of the heavenly thunder reshaping technique or because of the perfect body. Your strength has broken through. Are we going to explore the ruins now? Tian was full of anticipation. With the array, Master Elder Hiroshi around, the two of them did not need to wait for the major forces. They could go on their own. There's no hurry. Let's see how much wealth is in the spirit ring that I risked my life to obtain last time. Zichen smiled mysteriously. After a month of hard work, his strength had broken through. Zichen was happy. During this month, Elder Hiroshi had also awakened. Moreover, his soul power was clearly much stronger. Elder Hiroshi. Following Zichen's call, Elder Hiroshi appeared beside Zichen. He was dressed in black, and his illusory soul body was much more solid. Elder Hiroshi, help me break the imprint on the ring. Zichen took out 2 spirit rings. All right. Elder Hiroshi nodded with a smile. You have gained quite a lot during this period. After that, a powerful aura surged out from Elder Hiroshi's body. This was a pure spiritual sense that directly rushed towards the spirit rings. With 2 popping sounds, it was as if a membrane had been broken open. The spirit rings emitted a brilliant light. Elder Hiroshi's powerful spiritual sense instantly broke through the imprint on the spirit rings. Fortunately, the owner of this spirit ring is not at the spirit origin realm. He is unable to truly refine this spirit ring and make it recognize him as its owner. Otherwise, I would have to kill them to make the spirit ring recognize me as its owner again. Elder Hiroshi rejoiced. Quick, take a look at how much wealth there is inside. Tian was beside him with a face full of excitement. He had already heard about Gung Li's wealth from Zichen back then. In Zichen's body, golden energy surged. 2 golden lights appeared and surged towards the 2 spirit rings. In the next moment, the spirit rings shone with a golden light and had already recognized him as their owner. Zichen also felt that the spirit rings were full of things. These 2 enormous spirit rings were more than 100 square meters in area. It was unknown how many times more advanced they were than the one in Zichen's hands. With a sweep of his mind, the spirit rings were filled with vitality stones, forming small hills. Yuan energy surged and piled up there like piles of garbage. Looking at these small hills, Zichen's mind was a little dazed. With so many vitality stones, how many vitality stones would these 2 spirit rings have when added together? 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, or even more. Zichen was stunned. He felt that his brain wasn't enough. How is it? It can't be empty, right? Seeing that Zichen was silent for a long time, Tian nervously asked, Haha, we're rich, we're completely rich. Zichen reacted and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time he had really struck it rich. There were so many vitality stones that Zichen couldn't count them all. He could only count them in piles. If a pile had 100,000 vitality stones, then the vitality stones that Zichen had obtained this time were worth more than 1,000,000. 1,000,000 vitality stones. Zichen was excited just thinking about it. In addition, there were also the things that the 2 of them had obtained from the auction. Among them, there were several blue spirit grass, and there were also pills that could recover spiritual thoughts. Other than that, there were also some other rare items. We're rich. This is simply too rich. The people from the 2 major forces will probably vomit blood. Zichen was extremely excited. When he had killed the 5 monstrous geniuses, the spirit rings they used were also small. Today, the spirit rings in his hand were hundreds of square meters. Obviously, the major forces had intentionally given them to him for the auction. The Gun clan and the Chu clan had indeed prepared a lot for this auction. When they heard that the spirit rings had been lost, they really vomited blood. A loss of 1,000,000 vitality stones. Even a major force would feel heartache for a long time. How is it? How much do you have? Tian anxiously asked. At least 1,000,000 vitality stones. Zichen conservatively estimated. What? 1,000,000 vitality stones? Tian was dumbfounded. This was a huge sum. He had never even heard of it before. 1,000,000 vitality stones. Just thinking about it made him dumbfounded. Here, I'll give you one. Zi-Chin felt very happy in his heart. The total value of the 2 spirit rings exceeded 2,000,000 spirit stones. This was a huge sum of money. Zi-Chen took Chu Lai's spirit ring and handed it to Ah Tian. He only took out the medicinal pills that could recover spiritual thoughts. He left this for old Amo. No, I can't take this. Ah Tian's expression changed, and he quickly pushed the spirit ring back. This was something that Zi-Chin had obtained by risking his life. He couldn't take it. Moreover, it was too precious. Ah Tian felt that it was too hot. Take it. I have another one. Don't worry, there are a lot of vitality stones inside. Zi-Chen insisted on giving it to Ah Tian. I can't take it. You exchanged your life for it. If I take it, am I still human? I'm the unlucky Ah Tian, but I'm not the greedy Ah Tian. Ah Tian said with a serious expression. Zi-Chen persisted. In the end, he gave Ah Tian 100,000 vitality stones. Originally, he wanted to give Ah Tian 200,000, but Ah Tian insisted on 100,000. In the end, Zi-Chan gave Ah Tian an empty spirit ring with a space of a few hundred square meters. You used too much resources to break through. 100,000 vitality stones can buy 10,000 spirit pills. It's enough for me to break through to the spirit origin realm. Ah Tian smiled. He was very satisfied. Before he met Zi-Chin, he used broken vitality stones to cultivate. Now, in just a few months, he used spirit pills. Old Mo, these are all for the recovery of the soul. Take them and use them when necessary. Zi-Chin took out the blue spirit grass and spirit recovery pills. Yes, the place you mentioned is not simple. I need to make sure my soul is full. Old Mo nodded. Then he waved his hand. Rays of light flashed and took away the herbs. After that, his body flashed, and he entered the Taiji diagram to refine these things. We should go now. Yongqi City. After waiting for more than a month, the array master finally came. On this day, a terrifying aura surged in the sky. 3 figures flew towards Yongqi City. One of them was a martial ancestor, and the other was a martial ancestor of the Tsang family. In the middle, there was a martial ancestor of the Tsang family. However, he was standing side by side with the other 2. It was an old man dressed in purple robes. His robes were embroidered with patterns that rippled like water. This was a defensive formation that was added to his robes. Clearly, this person's attainments in formations were very high. The old man's expression was cold. His eyes were like lightning. He stood in the middle of the 2 martial ancestors and flew towards Yongqi City. He was the famous array master of the southern region, Ma Yanqing. Chapter 315. When a sect master appeared, the surging aura was very scary, instantly attracting the gazes of countless people. Who is that? He is only a spiritual essence cultivator, yet he is with 2 sect masters. Indeed, to think that he is standing in the middle. He looks very incredible. Look at his clothes. They look like ripples on water, making me dizzy. Could he be a formation grandmaster? Sounds of discussion could be heard from below. 3 figures quickly headed for the Lu clan. Clearly, they were going to discuss the ancient remnant. Soon, the news of a formation grandmaster appearing in Yongqi City spread. This was also the first time the name Formation Grandmaster Ma Yanqing was heard by many loose cultivators. With the appearance of a Formation Grandmaster, the trip to the ancient remnant is just around the corner. That's right. After waiting for so long, we can finally enter the ancient remnant. However, I wonder what we will obtain this time. Everyone was filled with anticipation. On that day, the demonic geniuses who had not appeared for a long time all appeared. This time, they all appeared in a high-profile manner, radiating a boundless battle hunger. Aluo, if you dare to show yourself, I, Chu Lai, will kill you. Chu Lai appeared. The cold chi around him was even denser, and his aura surged even more. After more than a month of bitter cultivation, His strength had increased by another level. "Aluo, how long have you been hiding? You are like a coward now. Do you dare to show yourself? Watch as I, Gunglu, slap you to death with one palm strike." Gunglu also appeared. He spoke in a high-profile manner, radiating a murderous intent. These two had their spirit rings stolen. They suffered the most, losing all their face. Hence, their hatred for Aluo deepened. Now that they appeared, their strength broke through, and their confidence soared. The demonic geniuses of the Tsang and Li clans, as well as the martial ancestor, all appeared as well. During this time, they had all been in closed-door cultivation to improve further and regain the face they lost back then. 5 against 1, and they were knocked out. This was simply a humiliation. As a large faction, they needed to wash away this humiliation. After 1 month of bitter cultivation, refining essence force pills every day, they finally broke through. Now, they were filled with confidence. They were all monstrous geniuses with the strongest battle strength and unparalleled battle techniques. Their strength had once again broken through. With a difference of 4 heavenly layers, they were not afraid of a mere 4th heavenly layer Jin Yuan Luo at all. You only broke through the first layer, yet you dare to be so arrogant. You're not just putting on airs in front of others through the air. You're just courting death. The people from the Wang family came out and sneered when they heard the cries of these monsters. Back when Zichen was only at the 2nd celestial stage, he was able to fight against a 6th celestial stage freak. He was able to fight someone who was at the 4th celestial stage. These people were merely at the 8th celestial stage. Even if Zichen did not break through, he would still be able to suppress them. Over the past month, no one had been idle. Back then, Zichen had easily won 1 versus 5, which had given everyone a lot of pressure. During this period of time, everyone had been cultivating in seclusion, and their strength had also improved. Wang Qiong did not say a word, standing there. His whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of mysterious light, making people unable to see through him. He had never fought with others, and his strength had always been a mystery. However, as the number 1 monster of Yunxia City, some people guessed that among all the monsters, Wang Qiong would be the first to enter the spirit origin realm. Wu Mo was wearing a loose robe, as if he had not woken up yet. He appeared together with Miao Kong, and when they saw the few people, they all greeted them. "The array master is here. The trip to the ruins should be soon. It should be in the next few days." The atmosphere in Yongqi City suddenly became tense. Everyone was rubbing their hands, ready to enter the ruins. Everyone was full of expectations for the burial ground of Rin, Tuesday, Yongqi City, Lu family's hall. I have to choose one of the things that I get. In the Lu family's hall, a few master-level experts were sitting down, discussing the trip to the ruins. Ma Yanqing made her request. "The inheritance is out of the question." Someone frowned. The inheritance was of great importance, and they could not let others choose first. "I don't want the battle technique inheritance, but if it's the array inheritance, I have to get it. If I find something valuable, I have to choose one first. I can let you choose one thing, but you can't take the array inheritance. Our families have discussed, and once we find the array inheritance, we can only share it." "That's fine." Ma Yanqing did not hesitate. Comprehending the array required comprehension. No matter how many people practiced it, it was useless if they did not have the comprehension. After that, a few major forces added some details, and both sides reached an agreement. On the same day, a shocking news was released. A day later, a few major forces joined forces to enter the ruins. The entire Yongqi City was in an uproar. Everyone was celebrating. The future was full of opportunities and dangers, and it was impossible to predict. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Tomorrow, countless people would gamble with their lives. After Zichen and Tian heard the news, they were completely dumbfounded. This was too much of a coincidence. Just as they were about to go, the array master came. listening to old Mo's suggestion. The two followed them and let them break the array outside. After they entered the ruins, they would act separately. Many major forces gathered and entered the ruins again. This time the scale was larger and there were more experts. In addition, the major forces also brought alchemy soldiers, ancestral masters, and array masters. They were fully prepared. Zichen and Ation were in the middle of the crowd. They are really arrogant. Have they forgotten how they were knocked out that day? Ation was very dissatisfied. Along the way, the 5 monstrous geniuses spoke freely without restraint. Each of them threatened to kill Aluo with a slap or a finger, which made Ation very angry. Ignore them. Zichen sneered, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. These people were shameless. They deserved to die. He did not dare to kill in Yongqi City, but it did not mean that he did not dare to do so here. It was not impossible to use the array to kill them. Boom! Waves of energy surged, and the outer array was gradually broken. One had to admit that there were some capable people in this array army. The speed of breaking the array was very fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had advanced 100 meters and broken several arrays without any casualties. It was not like the previous day, when they were relying on cannon fodder to explore the way. Buzz! The formation trembled and ripples appeared. Terrifying auras surged, but soon 7 or 8 people gathered their strength and attacked various parts of the formation. Pum! After a few breaths, the array exploded. Everyone was amazed. It was too easy. They broke the array with just a few waves of energy. One had to know that many major forces were surrounded by arrays before, and they had to use forbidden weapons to break the array. As expected of an array master, he can never be judged by strength. Just a few waves of energy can break an array that can kill Zue Kong. Everyone's gazes towards the array master had changed. They were now filled with fervor. They now had some understanding of the mysterious array master. The arrays were broken one by one. These people were very powerful, so wouldn't the array master be even more powerful? Everyone looked at Ma Yanqing with respect. There was a rumor that Ma Yanqing had used an array to kill a master. No one believed it before, but now it seemed that the rumor was true. There were many arrays outside, and the speed of breaking the array was slowing down. Ma Yanqing did not even look at them. Obviously, he did not care and let a group of juniors break the array. If the master doesn't take action, they won't be in any danger, right? Seeing the speed of breaking the array slowed down again, Zue Kong suddenly said, "These are the simplest arrays. They are not difficult. They are just a little slow, but there won't be a big problem." Ma Yanqing said confidently, "But last time, someone found a chain array and many people died. This time, there won't be such an array, right?" Another person said, "Chain array? How is that possible? This array is very difficult. Once it is broken, it will disappear. It is already good that one appeared in the outer area. It is impossible for there to be a second one." Ma Yanqing was very confident. "It is better to be careful. You are thinking too much. Rin too has been dead for many years. He is an array master and so am I. I may not be as good as him in terms of array inheritance, but in terms of array attainments, I don't think I will lose. There is no chain array here, I promise." Ma Yanqing was very confident, and there was displeasure on his face. "There should be a chain array here. We have to be careful." In the distance, Zichen looked at the people breaking the array and whispered, "Little guy, you know arrays too." Ma Yanqing turned his head and looked at Zichen. His eyes were very sharp. Zichen's whisper was heard by him, and he was unhappy. At this moment, he also attacked Zichen. "I don't know." Zichen shook his head and did not speak anymore. "The path of array formation is as vast as the sea. Little kid, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense and don't doubt others." Ma Yanqing's eyes were very unfriendly. "Little guy, where did you come from? There are so many strong people here. Do you have the right to speak? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you talk nonsense in front of an array master? Seeing Ma Yanqing's displeasure, one or two people in the sky suddenly said coldly, "What an ignorant junior to refute the master's words." That's right. What does a junior know about arrays? What nonsense. Another person in the sky said disdainfully. His eyes were full of sarcasm. I don't know about arrays, but I can guess that there is a chain array here. Maybe there is a second one. Zi Chen wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but he did not expect the other party to be so aggressive. Haha, what an arrogant kid. Ma Yanqing laughed disdainfully and stared at Zi Chen. You little kid, how dare you talk about arrays in front of me? When I was studying arrays, I am afraid your grandfather was not even born. It's just a guess. Why don't you dare to say it? Zi Chen stared. Ma Yanqing's face was cold. Grandmaster, please calm down. He's just a junior. There's no need to be so serious. Besides, this is Butcher's burial ground. It's right to be vigilant. Some of the older generation figures did not speak. Only Yukong spoke. At this moment, Lu Mingyong said. Obviously, he wanted to be the peacemaker. Brother Lu, you are wrong. This is not a matter of whether to argue or not. Master has been immersed in arrays for many years. How can a little guy be qualified to argue with him? That's right. Master said that there is no chain array here. Obviously, there is no chain array here. This little guy keeps saying that there is one. Obviously, he has bad intentions. He's insulting Grandmaster's name. He's simply harboring evil intentions. He definitely has an ulterior motive. Lu Mingyong's words fell. Obviously, he wanted to curry favor with Ma Yanqing and deliberately belittle Zichen. You're exaggerating. He's just a junior, so he's a bit more cautious. How can you say that he has ulterior motives? Could it be that he wants to kill a grandmaster? Wang Jinwei laughed lightly. The younger generation is speaking out of caution. Could it be that you want to kill him? Qi Qingqiu of the martial sect also spoke out. Chapter 3:16. Outside the ruins, the formation army was breaking the array, but the difficulty of the array was getting higher and higher, and the efficiency of breaking the array unscathed was greatly reduced. In the peripheral area, a group of people glanced coldly at Zi Chen, aggressive. The master doesn't care, but we can't just let him slander the master. Yes, the master's reputation is spread far and wide. How can we let a little guy ruin his reputation? Several people in the air said, unwilling to let it go. Zi Chen swept his gaze across the crowd. His face was expressionless, but he remembered these people, those forces, and those despicable faces. He's just a junior, Lu Mingyong said. What's wrong with a junior? Can a junior slander the master? Geng Jia said. The master has already said so, but he's talking nonsense here. He has ulterior motives, another person in the air said. When did I slander the master? I just felt that there was a chain array here, Zichen said. His voice was still calm. Hey, kid, do you have the right to speak here? A cold voice sounded. It was the Chu family's expert. Forget it, he's just a junior. Come and admit your mistake. Ma Yanqing waved his hand and said disdainfully, Kid, hurry up and thank the master. The master let you go. Quickly come and kowtow and admit your mistake. You're lucky that the master doesn't care about you. Several people in the air had a look of ridicule. Why should I apologize? I'm just saying that maybe I offended the master. Don't slander me, Zichen said. Hey, the master said that there is no chain array here, and you said that there should be one. If you're not questioning the master, what are you? You're refuting the master. Quickly come and admit your mistake. Ma Yanqing also snorted and said, Junior, I wanted to give you a chance, but you didn't take it. There is no chain array here at all, and you still say there is one. Is it intentional? Now, you don't even have the chance to apologize. I think you have ulterior motives. Ma Yanqing's eyes flashed coldly. At the same time, the other people in the air, their eyes were cold, and killing intent was looming. The older generation did not speak. Lu Mingyong and the others did not know what to say at this time. Buzz! Right at this moment, a trembling sound rang out. Streaks of energy surged in front of them. Radiance flickered brilliantly as one formation after another appeared. They overlapped and connected together. Chain formation. The formation army accidentally came into contact with a chain formation and instantly triggered it, causing the formation energy to surge. Furthermore, the formation was very powerful, and the energy surging was even more terrifying. The sudden change caused the formation army to be unable to react in time. They were all swept up by the formation and disappeared. Ah, help! At the same time, miserable cries sounded, extremely mournful. The energy of the formation surged, the aura of destruction rippling out. The expressions of the rest of the formation army changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated with fear on their faces. This is a chain formation. Heavens, there really is a chain formation! At that moment, everyone's expressions changed. When the chain formation appeared, Ma Yanqing's expression instantly turned ugly. He had just announced that there was no chain formation here, but before he could finish his words, the chain formation appeared. His figure flashed, and he flew towards the chain formation. Immediately after, his fingers pointed out again and again, and a stream of energy appeared, hitting every corner of the chain formation. Before, Yukong's eyes were filled with killing intent, but at the moment he was embarrassed. Without a word, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the chain formation, no longer looking at it coldly. There really is a chain formation. The formation master did not notice it. Could it be that this person's attainment in formation is stronger than the master? Some murmurs sounded. Although it was very soft, everyone could hear it clearly. The older generation looked at Zi Chen in surprise. Help! Master, save me! In the chain formation, screams continued to sound. These people's attainment in formation was not high, and encountering a chain formation, their survival was not great. The formation was constantly operating, and a terrifying aura circulated, obliterating everything. Ma Yanqing was helpless. Light flashed in his hand, and a few large flags appeared. The flags were engraved with many patterns, and as soon as they appeared, they became several meters in size. These were formation flags, comparable to spirit weapons. After setting up a large formation, their power was stronger than primordial stones. With a move of his mind, the flags flew in all directions. Light flashed and fixed the formation eye. Obviously, he wanted to use the formation flags to forcibly break the formation. Boom! A surge of energy rolled, and the formation flags emitted a dazzling light. They began to forcibly break the formation. On each flag, a terrifying aura emerged. Several spirit weapons combined, and the power was far beyond a spirit weapon, comparable to a forbidden weapon. This chain formation is stronger than the last one. It is very strong, and it is hidden very well. Even the formation master did not notice it, but it was discovered by a little cultivator. Many people looked at Zi Chen in a different light. You also know formation. Wang Jinwei turned his head and looked at Zi Chen with a strange look in his eyes. I know a little. Zi Chen smiled. Oh, what do you mean by a little? Lu Mingyong's eyes lit up. Just a little. But it is not a problem to be able to see that there is a chain formation here. Zi Chen was not modest. The other Yukong's faces were very ugly. They had been mocking him before. It was just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. That's right. He was not sure before, but now that he saw the chain formation appear, he put on a very confident look. Some Yukongs mocked, obviously trying to get back at him. Where did you come from, liar? How dare you talk nonsense here? You are so young, and yet you talk big. Pretending to be a formation master, you are courting death. The few monsters who had endured for a long time finally couldn't help but speak up for their Yukongs. Boom! The flag floated up and down, and rays of light flowed. As soon as the flag appeared, not only did the chain formation not break, but it was even stronger. Ma Yanqing's forehead was already sweating. This was the chain formation that Ma Yanqing had misjudged. It was very strong. As time went by, there were no more miserable cries coming from the formation. Clearly, the formation army had been wiped out. In that case, little friend, do you have a way to break the formation? Wang Jinwei asked when he saw that the chain formation could not be broken. What method does he have? He is just a brat. He was just lucky before. He is a liar. Wang Jinwei, do you really believe that he has a way? They mocked Zi Chen's Yukongs again. He is about the same age as us. Even if he started studying formations in his mother's womb, it would only be 20-odd years. He probably can't even get started. How can he compare to a formation master? That's right. I think that this person is a liar. He was just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Gung Lu and Chu Lai spoke up for their Yukongs. After that, the other demonic geniuses spoke up as well. Formations are a competition of attainments and not age. It is just like how strength is always a competition of combat prowess and not cultivation realm. Zi Chen smiled coldly and said, "It is just like how you all were beaten up like dogs despite your cultivation being higher than a Luo's. It is the same for formations. Brat, you are seeking death. You are reckless." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the demonic geniuses, and a murderous intent surged. "Humph! Idiot! Your clan has already lost all face, and you still dare to be so arrogant here?" Zi Qin showed some disdain in his eyes. Then he ignored the demonic geniuses and looked at Wang Jinwei. "Senior, please make a move. Send out a beam of energy 1 meter to the left of the 4 flags. It is just a chain formation. There is no need to fear it." Wang Jinwei felt stunned, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Then he followed Zi Chen's instructions and pointed with his finger. For beams of energy instantly landed on the flags without missing a beat. Buzz! A strange scene happened. The moment the 4 beams of energy landed, the chain formation seemed to have its energy cut off. The light dimmed instantly. Furthermore, a hole appeared in the connection between the various formations. Boom! Immediately after that, the light on the flags flowed. Ma Yanqing seized the hole, and a terrifying aura surged. The powerful chain formation was instantly broken. Inside the formation, there were corpses all over the ground. None of the people who were swept in earlier survived. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock. When they turned back again, they looked at Zi Chen with reverence. Clearly, the other party's attainments and formations were no weaker than those of a formation master. Grandmaster is indeed powerful. He broke the chain formation so easily, Gung Lu exclaimed when the chain formation was broken. Indeed, as expected of a grandmaster, such attainments and formations are worthy of my worship. A grandmaster is a grandmaster indeed. He is much better than those little liars. This is the real deal. He is much more useful than some people who just talk. The other demonic geniuses also spoke. However, Yukong did not speak. The demonic geniuses could be so shameless, but the group of Yukong obviously could not. Although they did not understand formations, they also knew that without the 4 beams of energy, Ma Yanqing wanted to break the formation quickly. It was simply a dream. Little kid, you really have good means. It seems that your attainments and formations are very deep. A sect master finally spoke with a faint smile on his face. The other sect masters looked at each other with a kind smile on their faces. It's just so. Zi Qin was very humble. At this moment, Ma Yanqing walked back. His face was very ugly. Because of his carelessness, he caused the formation army to lose a lot of people and lost a lot of face. Say it. What do you want? Another sect master spoke. They were all old monsters. Their hearts were like a mirror. Nothing could be hidden from them. Zi-chan was so strong, and he spoke at this moment. Obviously, he had more to ask for. If there is something that I need, I want to be the first to choose one. Zi-chan spoke and did not decline. No. Ma Yanqing's face changed. He was the first to refuse. He said coldly, "You really think that your attainments and formations are very deep? Kid, you just cut off the formation's energy. If you don't break the formation in a few breaths, the formation will become stronger again. You want to use this to get the biggest profit for you? It's simply a dream." Ma Yanqing's words made everyone's face change. Obviously, the latter also acknowledged Zi-chen's attainments and formations at this moment. Chapter 317. That day, Lu Mingyong had used his mace to force back for Yukongers and Ancestor Realm Masters. Zi-chan had a deep impression of him and wanted one even in his dreams. When the time came, he could chase after Yukongers and beat them back or even kill them. And this trip to the ruins was an opportunity to get a pill weapon. Pill weapon? You deserve a pill weapon? Giving you a spiritual weapon is already good enough. Ma Yanqing sneered. Being humiliated by a junior, he didn't like Zi-chan very much. Oh, then I don't know what Grandmaster's condition is. Could it be that Grandmaster's condition is also a spirit weapon? Zi-chan was not angry and instead asked, I'm a formation Grandmaster. What are you? How can you compare to me? Ma Yanqing said with disdain. What bullsh *T array formation master? If he could be called a master, the Wuji sect would have had more array formation masters than cow's hair and dog shit. What a boastful junior. He doesn't have the array formation attainments of a master, but he has the style of a master. Elder Hiroshi's disdainful voice sounded in Zi-chen's mind. If Grandmaster is referring to age, then I admit that I'm not a match for that kid. Zi-chan smiled indifferently. With old Mo's command, he naturally wasn't afraid of the other party. Kid, you're questioning my skill. Ma Yanqing's face was ugly, and his eyes were unfriendly. Okay, we can agree to your condition, but you have to show us some ability. Just then, an Ancestor Realm Master spoke. That's right, show us some ability. Isn't it just a pill weapon? If there isn't one in the ruins, my Lu family can give you one. The Lu family expert also said. This time, it showed the foundation of a big family. As a refining family, the Lu family gave away a pill weapon just like that. Thank you for your trust, Senior. I'll show you my incompetence. Zi-chen cupped his fists and bowed to the Lu family expert. He could already tell that the other party's voice was the same old voice that warned him for the first time in Yongqi City. That day, he had dealt with two monstrous geniuses. After that, the two forces didn't find trouble with him. It must have something to do with the old man. Go. The Lu family expert waved his hand. As for the others, they had mocking expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not believe that this brat had the ability to break through the formation. Zi-chan was startled and hesitated. What's wrong? Could it be that you forgot how to break the formation? A genius sneered. My strength is too weak, and it will take me a long time to break the formation. In order to speed up the process, can I borrow a few people to help me break the formation? Zi-chen ignored the others and looked at the expert from the Lu clan. Ma Yanqing snorted. Apart from him, anyone else is fine. The expert from the Lu clan pointed at Ma Yanqing, smiling in a very friendly manner. All right then, I'll have to trouble the three of you. Zi-chin had already thought of the candidates. They were Wang Jinwei, Lu Mingyong, and Qi Qingqiu. Zi-chen had a good impression of these three people, and they had all saved him before. All right, then let's follow this young master to challenge the Butcher's Array formation, joked Wang Jinwei. Little master, you have to do your best. The other two also walked out with faint smiles on their faces. Thank you. Zi-chin thanked them and strode forward, walking towards the array formation. Can he really do it? Can he really break the formation? Who knows? He shouldn't be too bad. He contributed a lot to breaking the chain formation just now. The crowd whispered as they looked at the young little grandmaster. Zi Chen stepped forward and looked at the array formation. He couldn't understand it at first, so Elder Hiroshi transmitted his spiritual sense to him, teaching him how to break the formation. 1 meter ahead, there's an array base. Destroy it directly. You have to use a lot of strength. 3 meters to the left, there's another one. Destroy it with a single blow. 15 meters ahead in the center. Release a beam of energy, but don't explode. In his mind, Elder Hiroshi explained in detail, introducing every point. Zi Chen listened quietly and memorized it. What is he doing? Why isn't he breaking the formation? That's right. Isn't he very strong? Why is he standing there like a fool? Seeing that Zi Chen wasn't moving, the few monsters also spoke out in dissatisfaction. Are you idiots? Don't you know that you have to observe the formation first to break it? A sarcastic voice sounded. Wang Shan, what do you mean? The few monsters glared at each other. What I mean is that you guys are already shameless. Don't make a fuss here, lest you embarrass yourselves. You don't even know basic common sense. You'll be laughed at if you say something like that. Wang Shan's words angered them, but they didn't say anything else because the eyes of their elders were obviously much colder. After Elder Hiroshi finished explaining in detail, Zichen also explained in detail to the 3 of them. The 3 of them nodded repeatedly with a faint smile on their faces. They were very cooperative. When I say start, the 3 of you will attack immediately, Zichen said. All right, little master, just say the word. In Zichen's hand, a bright light flashed and a spear appeared. It was an ordinary weapon, and in the next moment, Zichen threw it out. It was like a bolt of lightning, whistling through the air as it flew forward. Seeing Zichen's method of breaking the formation, Ma Yanqing sneered and heaved a sigh of relief. Idiot! How can you break the formation like that? Little master, I think you're a liar. Let's see how you'll die later. Bang! As the long spear fell to the ground, there was a loud sound. In the next moment, a formation appeared and rays of light rose from the ground. Swoosh! 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 As soon as the first formation appeared, another formation followed closely behind. It flickered with brilliance and was tightly connected to the first formation. Energy surged, and the aura was boundless. Then the third formation appeared, and an even more violent fluctuation appeared. This is a chain formation. Another chain formation. Exclamations came from afar. One formation after another appeared, forming a chain formation. Ma Yanqing's face turned ugly again. The monstrous geniuses no longer spoke. Break the formation. At this moment, Zi Chen's indifferent voice sounded. Hum! The light trembled, and the 3 of them attacked with all their strength. The aura around them surged, and they attacked. Like sword chi, the attacks varied in strength and were scattered in various places. Some were full of destructive aura and exploded as soon as they fell. Some were very solid, but they were not released. Some were extremely sharp and directly pierced through the formation. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, a dazzling light appeared. Following that, a terrifying energy surged, filled with a tyrannical aura. Boom! Boom! There was a sound of explosion. In the chain formation, the formations exploded one by one, and the energy was raging. After a few consecutive explosions, the entire formation was completely shattered and the chain formation was broken. Everyone was stunned, and no one said anything. In just a few breaths of time, he broke a chain formation. Such means was simply much stronger than Ma Yanqing. Master, he's really a master. How old is he? His attainments in formations are so profound. He's a master of formations at such a young age. It's not an exaggeration to call him Little Master. Everyone was incomparably shocked as they witnessed a young great master. Ma Yanqing's face was gloomy to the extreme. He was still laughing at Yi Shiwen's method of breaking the formation. The geniuses remained silent too. Haha, you're really a little master. You didn't ask for much. If we get an elixir weapon, we can give you one. Not bad. It's not an exaggeration to call you little master. The ancestral masters laughed heartily. Obviously, they were very satisfied with Zi Chen's means. Seniors, you're flattering me. I hope you can keep your promise, Zi Chen said. Don't worry. It's just an elixir weapon. As long as we can go deeper. Ancestral master said. Then let's start breaking the formation. With 2 masters here, it'll be faster. After that, Zi Chen led the 3 of them to break the formation with Ma Yanqing. Ma Yanqing's attainments in formations were very good. The few flags were even more extraordinary. As they rolled, the formations exploded one by one. As long as it wasn't a chain formation, it was easy for Ma Yanqing to break it. Bang! Bang! However, in comparison, Zi Chen's speed was faster and simpler. As soon as he finished speaking, the few of them just needed to release their energy. And every time Zi Chen could accurately find the formation base, the weakest point of the formation, and break it directly. The outer array formation was quickly broken. The group entered the ruins. After more than a month, the formation here was restored again. The 2 of them needed to break it. The ancient giant was nowhere to be found. Bang! Bang! The sound of the formation exploding was constantly heard, spreading throughout the ruins. The first level of the ruins was also broken by the 2 of them. Then they entered the second level. There was nothing here. The few major forces had gained a lot last time, but at the last moment they lured out an ancient giant. Bang! Bang! Roar! Suddenly a loud roar was heard. The rolling sound was like a sharp blade stimulating the mind. With a tap of his foot, Zi Chen abruptly retreated backward. Boom! Just as he retreated, a terrifying energy fluctuation appeared from where he was standing. If Zi Chen was still there, he would definitely be crushed by the energy. Old thing. Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at Ma Yanqing again and sneered. At the same time, he retreated quickly. With a roar, a huge monster appeared. It was the ancient giant, tall and full of beast hair. Boom! The moment the formation broke and the other party appeared, he raised his foot and stomped. Waves of energy surged, and a violent aura spread. Ha! Wang Jinwei shouted. Red light flashed around his body like a burning flame. He was a member of the Wang family, but he didn't practice the Yunxia secret technique. Instead, he practiced another secret technique, which was very powerful. He threw a palm forward, and the red light flashed like a burning flame. Get lost. Qi Qingqiu didn't dare to show weakness. Black light lingered around his body, and a huge sharp blade appeared in front of him, cutting towards the giant. A big stick appeared in Lu Mingyong's hand. He swung it forward, and ripples appeared in the space. Roar! The ancient giant roared, and the aura around him became even more tyrannical. With a stomp of his foot, the void seemed to be about to shatter. With a loud bang, he stomped on Wang Jinwei's palm imprint. The powerful force of the palm imprint caused Wang Jinwei to stagger. Puff! Chapter 318. The club fell, causing the stone room to shake. It landed on the giant's body with a dull thud. The giant let out a roar and took a few steps back. Everyone around was shocked. This was the attack of 3 peak Zephyr Realm experts. It was powerful and terrifying, but the 3 of them together couldn't kill the ancient giant, only slightly injuring it. Roar! The giant roared. Its voice was like thunder, shaking people's souls. Many people covered their ears and fell to the ground. This was a terrifying existence. Its strength was strong, and its defense was also shocking. Pow! Pow! The 3 of them exchanged a glance and made their moves successively, striking out one powerful attack after another. The entire second floor was trembling, origin energy surging ceaselessly like landslides and tsunamis. Zichen hid in the distance and watched this scene in shock. The ancient giant was still very powerful. Every attack made the ground tremble. The terrifying energy filled the second floor. At the same time, he didn't let his guard down. When he was breaking the matrix, Ma Yanqing wanted to kill him several times. The last time, she even guided the energy in the matrix to charge at him. If it wasn't for Elder Hiroshi's timely warning, he would have died. Old thing. Zichen cursed in his heart. Ma Yanqing, on the other hand, was looking at Zichen with a provocative gaze. The giant was very strong. The more he fought, the braver he became. Every step he took made the ground tremble. His violent aura surged. His every attack was terrifying. Ordinary Zephyr Realm experts couldn't even take one attack. The 3 Zephyr Realm experts didn't want to be outdone. They kept using their killing moves. Brilliant light surged. Boundless energy filled the surroundings. More people retreated in shock. The aftermath of the energy here was enough to kill them. More and more wounds appeared on the giant's body. The 3 of them were very strong, but it was obviously impossible to kill it in a short time. Moreover, as the wounds on his body worsened, the giant became more violent. Every attack carried the sound of wind and thunder. Finish the battle quickly. Seeing that the battle was going to drag on indefinitely, the Liu clan expert suddenly spoke. Okay. Lu Mingyong nodded. His aura changed again. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He shouted, "Step back." Wang Jinwei and Qi Qingqiu immediately retreated. Without the slightest hesitation, they unleashed an attack that repelled the giant and left the battle. Then, black light surged in Lu Mingyong's hand. It was like a demonic aura lingering around it. A ferocious wolf fang weapon appeared, exuding a powerful aura. Pale weapon! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even some of the sect leaders were shaken by what they saw. This was the work that the Liu family was most satisfied with in the past 1,000 years. It was very powerful. Back then, Lu Mingyong had used the mace to force back the martial ancestor. Zichen's eyes blazed. It was this spiked club that had given him the idea of obtaining a pill weapon. If he had such a Dan weapon, which Yukong expert would be able to hunt him down. Whenever he met them, he would beat them to death. Roar! As soon as the pill weapon appeared, the giant seemed to sense danger. It let out a low roar, and its crimson eyes became even crazier, as if it had lost all reason. Amidst the trembling sounds, he rushed towards Lu Mingyong. With a stomp of his large foot, heaven and earth trembled. A tyrannical aura circulated as he unleashed a crazy attack. Die! Lu Mingyong took a step forward with the wolf fang weapon in his hand. The wolf fang mace in his hand flickered with black light as he ruthlessly smashed it forward. Black light scattered as if a black dragon was born. A tyrannical aura surged, tearing the space apart as a powerful aura erupted. Bang! The powerful attack landed on the giant's body. The crisp sound of bones breaking instantly rang out, and a large amount of blood splattered. A surge of energy flooded the second floor, and such a huge force caused the giant to retreat continuously. It let out a roar. Rumble! The terrifying energy spread, and the second floor began to shake violently. Cracks appeared on the walls, spreading like a spider web. But then, rays of light appeared, dispersing the huge force. The cracks slowly disappeared. The entire historical remnant was a grand formation. At this moment, the formation had been activated. The ancient giant coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Its chest had caved in, and its hands were deformed. Its crimson eyes were filled with madness. It had completely lost all reason. Roar! It let out another roar and charged at Lu Mingyong, unleashing its most powerful attack. Tyrannical energy swept forward like a stormy sea. At the same time, The mace in Lu Mingyong's hand was raised once more. A pitch-black light appeared, and he ruthlessly struck out. Pooh! Pow! Two loud sounds rang out. Under the mace, a black dragon appeared. Its aura was terrifying, and it smashed the giant's head in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, and the giant collapsed to the ground, its life force fading away. A one-hit kill. Lu Mingyong's mace almost slipped out of his hand. The web between his thumb and forefinger was split, and traces of blood flowed out. He retreated 7 or 8 steps, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His face was deathly pale. The giant's final attack was extremely terrifying. If he didn't have a pill weapon, the one to die would definitely be him. Everyone's expression changed. Even Lu Mingyong, who possessed a pill weapon, was injured. This ancient giant's strength really couldn't be underestimated. Everyone's hearts seemed to be covered by a layer of shadow. The second floor already had such a terrifying giant. Then what about the next floor? Continue breaking the formation. The ancestral master level expert furrowed his brows, but he remained calm. Zichun and Ma Yanqing continued to break the formations. The latter's eyes flickered coldly. She was warning them. This time, Zichun was much more cautious. He stayed far away from the formations and only commanded from a distance. Lu Mingyong was injured, so he temporarily retreated. 3 meters to the left, release a beam of energy. 2 meters to the right, don't explode. Zichun commanded from a distance. He didn't know anything about formations, so he couldn't use them to counterattack. The only thing he could do was dodge. Elder Mo could, but he couldn't do it himself. He had to tell Zichun. If Zichun told the two of them, they would definitely be on guard. Rumble. Rumbling sounds rang out as one formation after another was broken. The two of them were extremely fast, displaying the style of grandmasters. As expected of grandmasters, their formation breaking speed is actually so fast, it seems the formations are about to be broken. It's hard to imagine that such a small place would have so many grand formations. The two of them had already broken through dozens of formations consecutively. During this period, Ma Yanqing had wanted to do something else several times, but the two of them were standing in front of Zichun. Dozens of formations were broken, but the passageway to the third level still did not appear. Everyone was shocked. The more formations there were, the harder it was to break through. That filled everyone with anticipation. If the second floor already had a spirit weapon, then what would the third floor have? A pill weapon? Quite a few people's eyes were already blazing with desire. Bang! Bang! The formations exploded and energy surged. After another dozen formations had been broken, the passage to the third floor finally appeared in front of them. "It's open! It's open!" Everyone cried out and rushed forward. They were extremely excited, as if they had already seen a pill weapon. When the passageway appeared, Ma Yanqing swept a cold glance at Zichun, then turned and entered the passageway. Qi Qingqiu and Wang Jinwei also entered, followed by Zichun. After the three of them, the others entered one after another. They were all very anxious. The third floor wasn't like the stone rooms on the second floor. It was spacious like an empty space. There were no stone rooms at all. Walking through the passage, they felt a chilling killing intent that made their hearts tremble. How can this be? Ma Yanqing was the first to enter. Seeing all this, her expression changed instantly. Qi Qingqiu and Wang Jinwei followed closely. When they saw the third floor, they were also stunned. They looked ahead in confusion. Zichun quickly appeared. As he looked, he saw stone statues. They were all emitting chilling killing intent. They were lined up neatly, like a well-trained army that had been baptized by the flames of war. The killing intent surging around them made people's hearts tremble. But other than that, there was nothing else. The entire third floor was filled with stone statues, row after row, pairs after pairs, countless of them. Why is it like this? Looking at these stone statues, Ma Yanqing's face was filled with disbelief. She was very shocked, but more than that, there was a pained expression in her eyes. It was as if her most precious thing had been stolen away. There are so many stone statues here. They don't look ordinary. Other than stone statues, there's nothing else. Why is it like this? What about pill weapons? Even if there aren't any pill weapons, spiritual weapons would be fine. Why are there so many useless stone statues? Everyone came in one after another. After seeing all this, they all exclaimed in disappointment. These stone statues are strange. Only the master-level cultivators frowned. They could tell that these stone statues weren't simple. Ah, damn it. Why is it like this? Just then, Ma Yanqing let out a hysterical roar. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Master, what's going on? Is there something wrong with these stone statues? Someone asked in the air. Stone statues? How are these stone statues? These are huge treasures. Ma Yanqing lost control of her emotions. Treasures. Everyone was startled. No matter how they looked, they were just stone statues. What did they have to do with treasures? Many people looked towards Zichen, but the latter was also startled. Clearly, he didn't know what the stone statues had to do with treasures. Little master, are these stone statues really treasures? Someone asked. Obviously, they thought that Zichen was easier to talk to than Ma Yanqing. Zichen was startled. He was also asking old Mo. The latter hadn't told him yet. He doesn't know shit. Ma Yanqing sneered. She still looked pained. This is the biggest treasure I've found so far. But unfortunately, no one can take it away without mastering the soul lock. Soul lock. Everyone was startled. Obviously, they didn't know what it was. Yes, this is a very powerful formation with incredible power. It can seal the divine soul of an expert and petrify him, as if he has fallen into a deep sleep. He is immortal and indestructible, Ma Yanqing said. She was still very excited. What? It can seal the soul? You mean these stone statues are all made of living people? At this moment, even the master-level cultivators couldn't stay calm. If these stone statues were all experts when they were alive, then they could take these stone statues away and use them as a foundation. And if every one of them was an expert, then how many experts were there in front of them? There were hundreds or thousands of them. Chapter 319. Swoosh! A figure flashed and rushed towards the statue. Swoosh! Swoosh! Immediately after, another 2 figures appeared. They were extremely fast, and their target was the statue. Don't attack! Ma Yanqing exclaimed, but it was obviously too late. The one who attacked was Yukong, and his speed was extremely fast. He arrived in front of the statue in the blink of an eye. He reached out his hand to grab the statue. Light flashed, and he was about to put it away. But in the next moment, the statue started to change. The petrified skin slowly disappeared, as if a powerful warrior had suddenly awakened. The ancient spear in his hand flashed and pierced towards Yukong's chest like a poisonous dragon. Puff! Yukong sensed the danger and immediately retreated. At the same time, he shot out a light beam. With a light sound, the light beam was pierced through by the spear. Blood splashed out as the spear pierced through one of Yukong's palms, leaving a bloody hole. The 3 of them retreated, and their faces changed drastically. One of them was injured, and the other 2 were also embarrassed by the sudden attack of the statue. The statue turned into a man, and a powerful aura surged around his body. His hollow eyes were as dark as the abyss, and his face was expressionless. The long spear in his hand shone with a cold light, emitting an ancient aura. The statue turned into a living person, which made everyone's face change. They felt that it was unbelievable. Moreover, it pierced through Yukong's palms in one strike. These statues were all powerful warriors when they were alive, and they were sealed with the soul lock technique. They are immortal and have great battle power. We can't underestimate them. If we don't know the soul lock technique, we won't be able to take them away. Once we get close, they will wake up. Ma Yanqing said, full of regret and disappointment. Actually, he didn't need to say it. Everyone had already felt it. Moreover, the ancient spear in the statue's hand was actually an ancient weapon, which made everyone even more surprised. Soul lock technique. It really is the soul lock technique. If we know this technique, we can take these warriors away. This is equivalent to an army. Inside the Tai Chi diagram, Old Amo also let out a low sigh. Old Amo, even you don't know the soul lock technique? Zichen asked. In his heart, Old Amo was omnipotent. I know a little bit about it. Using my powerful soul force, I can also collect a statue for you. However, I clearly can't do anything right now. A flaw has appeared in the divine forbidden soul lock, causing them to lose a lot of soul force. It seems like my previous guess wasn't wrong. Someone has arrived here before us. Soul power loss. Could it be that this isn't their greatest strength? Zichen asked. That's right. They lost a lot of their soul power. Elder Mo said, if they didn't lose their soul power, their strength should be at the spirit origin realm. What? Spirit origin realm? That means these are all flying. Zichen's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Then, like Ma Yanqing, he looked extremely distressed. There were so many of them that they seemed to form an army. Furthermore, they were all flying in the air. It was simply unbelievable. If he could control such an army, who would dare to provoke him in the southern region? A true energy realm army is gone just like that. Everyone sighed and felt that it was a pity. Of course, there were also many rogue cultivators who were gloating. They would never be able to obtain such a thing. It was better to lose it. At this moment, what they cared about was the ancient weapons in the hands of these statues. Those were weapons that were comparable to spiritual weapons and were most suitable for close combat. What true energy realm? When they were alive, their strength was at the spirit origin realm. Every one of them was flying in the air. It's just that they lost their soul power that lowered their cultivation. Ma Yanqing said, what? Every one of them was flying in the air. At this moment, even the sovereign-level experts' faces changed drastically. If every one of them was flying, then with so many experts, they would be able to slaughter a large force. No wonder Ma Yanqing said that this was a huge treasure. Once all of them were collected, they could be used as a foundation. That's right. A complete soul lock won't lose soul power. There should be someone who came here first and activated the array here. Ma Yanqing said another important piece of news. Someone came here first. The crowd seemed to have exploded. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. There were layers of arrays here, and danger lurked everywhere. Someone could actually come here first. The sect masters' faces changed again. It was the same as the Liu family's guess. Someone came here with the correct route. These statues can't be used by us anymore. We have to destroy them. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. Ma Yanqing said and retreated. At this moment, the statues changed. The petrified skin disappeared and was replaced by experts. They were well trained and held ancient weapons in their hands. Their bodies were filled with killing intent. The moment they appeared, they didn't attack the crowd. Instead, they held their ancient weapons and charged at the crowd. Their long spears moved forward and killing intent filled the air. At this moment, everyone seemed to have merged into one. There were no flaws. Damn it, this is a joint attack array. Let's end this quickly. Ma Yanqing's face changed and retreated even further. They seemed to have turned into a long spear. Their killing intent surged as they rushed forward. Their eyes were empty, but every step was in sync. They were well trained. When their steps landed, the ground shook. It was like a long spear was moving. Their killing intent was bone-chilling. Kill! One of them rushed forward. His aura filled the air. He rose into the air, wanting to jump behind the crowd and kill them. But the long spear twisted in the air, and a strange force appeared. It was as if the air was restricted. Umadir's body fell and met with several ancient weapons. Pooh! Pooh! In an instant, at least 7 to 8 sounds were heard. Several ancient weapons pierced through Umadir's body. The latter's eyes were filled with shock as his body fell backward. In a single exchange, Yukong died. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock and their hearts trembled. Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, when the joint attack array is fully activated, no one will be able to survive. Zichen also shouted and retreated further. This was what old Emo said. Such a joint attack array was extraordinary. Kill, the array master said. Naturally, it wouldn't be fake. Shouts and murderous intent surged. Beautiful attacks soared into the sky. Everyone rushed towards the stone statues. The joint attack array was very terrifying. These true energy boundary stone statues, wielding ancient weapons, charged forward. They were like sharp spears that cut through everything. In an instant, it was unknown how many people's hearts were pierced. Their eyes were empty as they charged forward. They were invincible. If a human blocked their path, they would kill a god. Ah! Ah! Miserable screams rang out. No one could block the stone statue's charge. The scene was completely one-sided. Broken limbs, blood, and bones were everywhere. It was like a tragedy. The long spear twisted in the air, causing space to twist. A strange force spread out. One after another, Umadir descended and met the ancient weapons. The ancient weapons suddenly trembled, sending out some kind of vibration. In an instant, the spirit weapons collapsed. Then, the ancient weapons pierced through Umadir's body. Not only did they know a joint attack array, they also knew a terrifying spear art. With several of them working together, even Umadir would die. Use force to break force. Don't hold back. Attack head-on. Don't use tricks. Zichen shouted and retreated further. He couldn't interfere in this kind of battle. He would most likely be pierced by the long spear in one move. Wang. With a light tremble, a wolf-tooth club soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Black light lingered around it, like a black dragon had been born. It ruthlessly smashed towards the stone statues below. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and the entire space of the 3rd floor trembled. The ferocious wolf fang weapon was extremely powerful. The moment it fell, it shattered the joint attack. Then, the big cudgel fell and smashed 5 stone statues. Pow! Pow! They had already transformed into human form, but their bodies were like stone statues. They instantly exploded and turned into dust, dissipating into thin air. At the same time, their ancient weapons also turned into dust. Pooh! A spirit weapon appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Like a bolt of lightning, it chopped off the head of a stone statue expert. In the next moment, the stone statue also dissipated, turning into dust. Even the ancient weapon in its hand disappeared. This, everyone was dumbfounded. It was understandable that the stone statue turned into dust, but the ancient weapon was a weapon. How could it disappear with it? After the baptism of time and the erosion of the soul lock, these ancient weapons can survive as long as their masters. Ma Yanqing explained, "The spear will exist if the master is alive. If the master is dead, the spear will be destroyed." This was a bitter battle. The stone statues were revived and turned into experts. They knew how to use joint attack formations and powerful spear techniques. Their power was peerless, and in a single exchange, even Yakong would fall. The moment the battle started, it was a one-sided battle. Fortunately, the major forces came this time and made ample preparations. The moment the wolf-tooth weapon appeared, another alchemy weapon soared into the sky, descending with a terrifying aura. In the battle, there were cultivators dying at every moment. Everyone blushed with shame. These were stone statues that had lost their soul power. If they didn't lose their soul power, they would only be waiting for destruction. Wang. The void trembled again, and another alchemy weapon appeared. It was like a fire dragon surging, rushing into the stone statues. Several alchemy weapons appeared, but they couldn't suppress these stone statues. There were too many of them. With several of them working together, they could even kill Yukong. Swoosh! 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 Rays of silver light flashed as Ma Yanqing threw out a few more huge flags. They danced in the air, floating up and down, forming a destructive formation that swept away a wave of stone statues. Afterward, a destructive energy surged out from the formation, turning the stone statues into ashes one after another, and the ancient weapons disappeared. This was a terrifying scene. More than 10 stone statue experts had been killed. Ma Yanqing had shown the world the power of a formation master. Humph! Ma Yanqing snorted and glanced at Zichen disdainfully. The flags rolled up again, and he controlled them with his mind from afar. The others also looked at Zichen. He was a little master, and his attainment in formations was not much weaker than Ma Yanqing. Everyone hoped that he could show some tricks. Chapter 320. Waves of killing intent gushed forth. Over 10 stone statues formed a joint attack formation that was extremely powerful. Their spear light fused together, transforming into a gigantic spear that shone with resplendent light as it pierced forward, exuding boundless might, capable of destroying everything. Wherever it passed, cultivators fell to the ground. Among them, 2 of Yukong's experts had died. But in the next moment, a dazzling light appeared. Streaks of energy attacks advanced according to Zichen's command, landing on the 3 stone statues. The energy was berserk. Boom! The energy exploded, causing the 3 stone statue experts to suddenly slow down. They were powerless to continue, and the light of their spears dimmed. It was as if their life gate had been struck. The combined attack was instantly broken, and the sharp spear was powerless to continue. Its light dimmed, and then it dissipated. At the same time, the combined attack of the stone statue experts was also broken. Without the combined attack formation, without the harmonious aura, these stone statues were just ordinary true energy boundary martial artists with spear arts battle skills. They could be easily killed by true energy boundary martial artists. Whoosh! A terrifying aura surged, and a spirit weapon appeared. It was over 10 meters long and emitted a dazzling light. Under Yukong's control, it flew forward like a bolt of lightning. Uft, uft. Like cutting melons and cutting grass, everything became simple. Above the spirit weapon, there was boundless power. More than 10 stone statues had their heads chopped off in an instant. At this moment, Yukong displayed the power of a true energy boundary expert, instantly slaughtering a wave of stone statue experts. Such a scene shocked everyone. Compared to Ma Yanqing's slaughter, Zichen was clearly more powerful. He directly broke through the formation, and it was very easy. His speed was even faster than Ma Yanqing's. 1st, 6th, 15th. Zichen shouted. With a thought, he commanded the others to attack. This time, a wave of over 20 stone statue experts charged forward. A dazzling light appeared once more, striking a specific location. Energy surged, and another combined attack was broken. Then Yukong attacked, his spirit weapon annihilating everything. Both man and weapon were destroyed. Everyone was dumbfounded. In just a few breaths of time, Zichen had broken through 2 joint attacks. His efficiency was too high. Everyone looked at Zichen with admiration. As expected of a Grandmaster Ray Master, he actually had such means. Boom! Compared to Zichen, Ma Yanqing was a bit weak. Although the formation formed by the flag was very terrifying and could destroy a dozen statues at a time, the efficiency was too slow. In an instant, Zichen stole the limelight. Brat, don't be complacent. I'll think of a way to kill you later. Ma Yanqing's face was gloomy. Cold light flashed in his eyes. Some evil thoughts were brewing in his heart. He already had the intention to kill. Continue breaking the formation. Qin shouted. Beside him, there were many true energy realm cultivators and a few zephyrs. True energy realm cultivators were in charge of breaking the formation, while zephyrs were in charge of killing them. Qin hid behind them and commanded them. The division of labor was clear. Pooh! Pooh! There were so many statues that it was like an army. At this moment, a fierce battle broke out. All the statues moved, and a black mass rolled forward, reaping one life after another. They were expressionless and didn't feel pain. They pressed forward and killed all those who blocked their way. Qin could only pay attention to one direction. There were more statues rushing toward the crowd and toward the major forces. Buzz! Buzz! Light flashed and the void trembled. At this moment, another alchemy weapon appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, spirit weapons soared into the sky, displaying infinite power. The stone statues were collapsing, and the man weapons disappeared, turning into ashes. At the same time, human cultivators were also pierced. The casualties continued to appear, and the blood had already gathered into a small river. Boom! In the end, even the grandmasters made a move. A huge hand appeared, destroying everything, emitting a terrifying aura. The stone statues displayed an unparalleled joint attack technique. A mere true energy realm cultivator was able to suppress so many spirit origin realm cultivators. If the major powers hadn't been prepared and brought alchemy weapons, there would have been even more casualties. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours. The entire stone statue army was destroyed, turning into dust. Many human corpses were lying on the ground, with broken limbs and blood flowing like rivers. Among them, there were even more rogue cultivators who died. It was simply a scene of hell on earth, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There was nothing else on the 3rd floor, only these stone statues. They were the greatest treasures on this floor, but unfortunately no one knew how to seal the soul, so they could only destroy these stone statues. There was no restriction here, nor was there anything else. After destroying the stone statues, the group carefully entered the 4th floor. The 4th floor space was a bit smaller than the 3rd floor, but the air contained an austere, killing intent that was almost tangible. When the group entered, the first thing they saw were 8 simple stone statues. They were very tall, and they were lined up in a row, surrounded by austere killing intent. If the previous stone statues formed an army, then the 8 stone statues in front of them were the generals of the army. 8 Grandmaster-level stone statues. Seeing the 8 stone statues, my Yanqing's face turned even uglier, and his heart ached even more. What? These are 8 Grandmaster-level stone statues? When the others heard this, their faces changed drastically, and their hearts trembled. Even some of the Grandmasters were the same. Sigh, what a pity. I've lost a lot of my soul power, and my cultivation level has dropped. It's like flying now. Ma Yanqing shook his head, his eyes filled with regret. Look, there's a stone door behind the stone statues. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. Everyone looked up and saw a stone door behind the 8 Grandmaster-level stone statues. The stone door was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, and it was tightly shut. The Grandmaster-level stone statues were like guards, standing in a row outside the stone door. Oh my God! 8 Grandmaster-level stone statues guarding the door. What a grand scene! Could it be that the butcher's inheritance is behind the stone door? The crowd cried out in surprise. Everyone's gaze became fervent. After entering the 4th floor, they finally saw the stone door. Moreover, it was a Grandmaster-level stone statue guarding the door, which inevitably made people daydream. It's very possible. At this moment, my Yanqing's expression could not remain calm. Even if there was no butcher's inheritance behind the stone door, there must be something extremely valuable. Everyone was tempted. But before that, they had to deal with these stone statues. Sigh, what a pity. If there's no one here, we can take a stone statue. Old Emo sighed. Chin also felt that it was a pity. These were 8 Grandmaster-level stone statues. Even if they transformed into flying, they were still a powerful force and could be used as a trump card. At this moment, one of them attacked from afar, intending to shatter the stone statue. Clang! But when the attack hit the stone statue, it caused sparks to fly. The stone statue was indestructible, and the spiritual weapon could not break it. It's useless. This is the divine seal soul lock technique. Even an elixir weapon cannot break it. Ma Yanqing reminded. The spiritual weapon's attack triggered the array, and the stone statue lit up with rays of light. The stone statue's petrified skin disappeared, and the stone statue was revived. They were all grandmasters when they were alive. Their soul power had been lost, and their combat power was equivalent to flying. But the weapons in their hands were real elixir weapons, and they emitted a terrifying aura that stirred up the space. Elixir weapons, that's an elixir weapon. The faces of the experts changed. 8 grandmasters with elixir weapons were extremely terrifying. If they mastered the art of joint attack, they would be invincible. The people from the major forces all retreated subconsciously, leaving the battlefield to the sect masters of the major forces. Now it was time for them to act. Only they were capable of destroying these stone statues. Buzz, a tall and mighty old man, walked out. His eyes were like cold lightning, and a terrifying aura surged around him. He took a step forward, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. His aura surged, and it was as if the mountains were collapsing. The 4th level began to tremble violently as a terrifying might swept out. The Grandmaster level aura swept out, filling the sky. No one could withstand the terrifying pressure, and everyone retreated in fear. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook, and an unparalleled energy circulated, forming a sky-covering palm print. It was as black as ink, and a destructive aura surged. It appeared in the air and fell down. Clang! The elixir weapon let out a dragon's roar, and it was like a dragon coming out of the sea, bringing with it endless waves. The long spear rose up like a dragon, shining with silver light, and rushed towards the palm print. Rumble! The stone statue was a grandmaster when he was alive, and he had incredible strength. His eyes were empty, but his combat power was still terrifying. The long spear collided with the palm print, causing a huge tremor. The destructive aura burst out, and the palm print was destroyed. A ray of silver light returned from the sky, turning into a long spear. It was shining with silver light and was grabbed by the stone statue. Swish! At this moment, another stone statue moved. It was like a ray of light, holding a long sword in its hand and piercing towards the Grandmaster level, showing the power of man and sword as one. A large flame appeared, causing the void to collapse. This was Leaf Fire, and it burned everything. It filled the sky and attacked the stone statue. The Grandmasters of the Lee family had made their move. At this moment, all the stone statues moved, showing their fierce attacks. At the same time, the Grandmasters also made their moves. They were powerful, and they represented the strongest combat power in the southern region. Once they attacked, no one could stop them. Destructive aura surged, and explosions sounded. The whole space seemed to be shattered, and the situation was like the sky was falling. Everyone, including Chin, was dumbstruck. An ancestor-level cultivator was indeed terrifying. Even with a pill weapon, they might not be able to suppress him. Rumble. Boundless Leaf Fire surged, and instantly swallowed the stone statue holding the sword. The terrifying Leaf Fire burned everything, and the stone statue only lasted for a few breaths before dissipating. Everyone was shocked. The Lee family's Leaf Fire was indeed terrifying. At the same time, the other Grandmasters also used their terrifying combat skills to destroy the stone statues, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The 8 stone statues were destroyed one after another, and they disappeared into dust. The elixir weapon also turned into dust. Just as the destructive energy dissipated, Many figures suddenly rushed out, like rays of light, and flew towards the stone gate. Buzz! But before they reached the stone gate, there was a flash of light, and a huge array suddenly appeared, directly sweeping them away. Without a sound, without even a scream, the group disappeared without a trace. There's an array! There's an array in front of the stone gate. Someone cried out in alarm, and many people flew back with lingering fear in their hearts. Chapter 3:21. The stone statue was killed and turned into ashes, leaving behind an empty stone gate. Many rogue cultivators turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. But then a large array appeared and flashed, sucking those rogue cultivators into it. Silently, without even having the time to scream, they all died. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Ma Yanqing sneered, and the disdain in his eyes became stronger. Zi Qin, on the other hand, was expressionless. These rogue cultivators were too impatient. Even if there was something behind the stone door, it was not something they could get their hands on. The faster they ran, the less likely they would gain. Idiot, you only know how to fight. You deserve to die. The experts of the major forces sneered with disdain. Masters, please break the array. Someone stepped forward and said, respectfully. Along the way, regardless of whether it was Zi Qin or Ma Yanqing, they both displayed extremely great attainments in array formations, making people admire them. It's just an array formation. Watch me. Ma Yanqing snorted arrogantly. I can break the array, but... Zi Qin hesitated and said, it's just a promise. Haha, little master, don't worry. If there are any elixir weapons, you can be the first to pick one. If there aren't any, the Lu family is willing to give you one. The lord of the Lu family smiled and said, little master, please do it. His joking words caused a burst of chuckles. So far, everyone was in a relaxed mood. Zi Qin stepped forward and looked at the open space in front of the stone gate. He frowned slightly. Elder Mo hadn't said anything yet. Obviously, he hadn't thought of a way to break the array. Zi Qin didn't say anything, and no one dared to refute. As for some monsters, they didn't even dare to speak. They were monsters, but compared to an array master, they were nothing. Humph, you're dumbfounded. Ma Yanqing snorted coldly. Light flickered around his body, and 4 large flags appeared. Light flickered and fixed the 4 directions. Buzz! The array that had just disappeared appeared again. It rolled up a wave of energy and spread in all directions, colliding with the flags. Boom! It was like the collision of heavenly thunder, making a deafening sound. Terrifying energy surged and boundless chi raged. Ma Yanqing's face instantly paled. Her expression kept changing, and then she coughed up blood. The radiance of the 4 flags in the air also dimmed, and they kept trembling as if they were about to be swept away by the array. Everyone's expression changed. The array formation grandmaster coughed up blood in a single exchange. Clearly, the power of this array formation was extraordinary. Freeze! Ma Yanqing's expression was very ugly. Just now he had boasted that it would be a piece of cake, but now he was seriously injured. He felt like he couldn't keep his face. He let out a roar, and the light around him flickered again. Another 4 formation flags appeared, stabilizing the surroundings. Zi Qin didn't move because Elder Hiroshi didn't give him any instructions. He just pretended to look at the array formation and revealed a contemplative expression. Buzz! The formation trembled and circulated with terrifying energy. It was like a large millstone crushing in all directions. Every time it came into contact with the formation, it would release a rumbling sound and ripple with a terrifying aura. Pooh! The powerful might of the formation caused Ma Yanqing to vomit blood again, and his face became even uglier. The array formation grandmaster coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and everyone was worried. This array formation was very terrifying, and Ma Yanqing couldn't do it alone. Looking at the little grandmaster again, he didn't intend to make a move. Use force to break force. Ma Yanqing shouted, and his spiritual sense activated the array flag. The dim array flag lit up again, and the brilliance was dazzling. At the same time, a destructive aura emerged from the array flag and rushed toward the array. The two energies collided constantly, making a rumbling sound. Pooh! Ma Yanqing coughed up blood for the third time, and his figure couldn't help but retreat. The power of the array formation was too terrifying, and he couldn't resist it. In all directions, the formation flags were trembling, and they could be swept away by the array at any time. Ma Yanqing resisted with all his strength. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't know how to help. Little Grandmaster, quickly make a move. Yes, with two Grandmasters working together, the chance of winning is greater. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, thinking that Zichen was unwilling to make a move. Zichen shook his head, frowned, and said nothing. His eyes stared at the array formation, but his heart was very anxious, and he kept calling Old Mo. For a long time, Zichen didn't move, and Ma Yanqing was almost unable to hold on. He hasn't made a move for a long time. It seems that there is no way. Finally, he's exhausted. He's not a Grandmaster. He's been pretending to be one. He can break ordinary small arrays, but he can't do it in the face of such a big array. What a bullshit, Grandmaster. The monsters who had been holding back all the way finally seized the opportunity to ridicule. Shut up. But what they got in return was the cold scolding of their elders. The other monsters sneered, and there was contempt in their eyes. Obviously, these people spoke at the wrong time. I don't believe it opened for me. After holding on for a long time, Ma Yanqing shouted again. This time, he took the initiative to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was essence blood, and it condensed in the air without dissipating. His hands moved, and a complicated seal appeared. After that, the blood split into 8 parts and flew toward the 8 flags. After absorbing the essence blood, the dim flags suddenly turned blood red. A murderous intent filled the air. The flags fluttered in the wind, surging with a terrifying aura. Heaven and earth, listen to my command, break for me. Then, blood-red lightning appeared on the blood-red flags, and with a terrifying aura it shrouded the array. The powerful attack made everyone's expression change. The 8 blood-red lightning formed a complicated array pattern, which was very mysterious and powerful. Boom! There was a loud sound, and many people lost their hearing. Then, the array began to tremble, and a complicated seal appeared one after another. The surging aura flowed, and a few blood-red lightning were shattered. Ma Yanqing coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered a backlash, and his face was pale. It's useless. Breaking the array like this will only make it stronger. At this moment, Zichen, who had been watching for a long time, finally spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Break the array if you have the ability. Ma Yanqing was angry. He had worked hard to break the array and was coughing out blood, but Yi Futian was watching the show and even said some sarcastic words. At this moment, he couldn't wait to give up the array flags and slap Zichen to death. Can I borrow a spiritual weapon? Zichen turned his head and looked at the crowd in the air. Take out your spiritual weapons. A master said decisively, Little master, there are many spiritual weapons. Use them as you wish. Rays of light flickered, and in the next moment, there were at least 20 to 30 spirit weapons floating in front of Zichen, flickering with light as they floated up and down. Okay, please listen to my command. Zichen turned his head and looked at the array again and said in a deep voice. At this moment, he seemed to have become a real master, and there was a kind of imposing aura around him. The little master is going to make a move. Everyone was full of anticipation. 3 meters ahead, 1 meter to the left, 1 meter to the height. You go. Zichen raised his hand and shot out a ray of energy, which landed on a long sword. The long sword trembled, and in the next moment it was controlled by Yukong's mind and landed in the designated direction. This array is extraordinary. You must be precise. Elder Hiroshi transmitted his spiritual thoughts. Zichen opened his mouth and said in an indifferent voice, "You must be at the place I specified. Be precise. There must not be the slightest deviation. 10 meters ahead, 5 meters to the right, 1 meter to the height. You go." With that, Zichen pointed at a long sword again. 5 meters ahead, 1 meter to the left, 1 meter to the height. 1 meter to the height. 1 meter to the height. There were a total of 8 spirit weapons, and all of them were long swords. They floated at a height of 1 meter, and under Yukong's powerful spiritual thoughts, they did not move at all. After that, there were 8 sabers of the same color. They pierced into the ground, forming a complicated pattern. Everyone in the field widened their eyes and quietly watched the little master break the array. No one spoke. 10 meters ahead, 5 meters to the left, 3 meters to the height. 3 meters to the height. In the flash of light, another 8 spirit weapons appeared and floated at a height of 3 meters. Then there was a height of 5 meters. A total of 32 spirit weapons were used. They flashed and stood in the middle of the array, not moving at all. This was a very strange scene. The array and the array flags collided, revealing a terrifying energy that shocked everyone. However, this energy turned a blind eye to these spirit weapons. None of the 32 spirit weapons were affected by the energy. "Okay, you can break the array." Elder Hiroshi transmitted his spiritual thoughts. Zichen heaved a sigh of relief and then retreated about 50 meters. "Master, why did you retreat?" Someone asked doubtfully. "The next step is to break the array. It will produce a very strong energy fluctuation. Master, do you want to avoid it first?" Zichen looked at Ma Yanqing and asked kindly, "No need." Ma Yanqing's voice was cold. These array flags cost him an endless amount of materials and took him decades to refine. It was equivalent to half of his life. If he retreated now, the array flags would definitely be destroyed by the array. He could not retreat at all. Moreover, without the array flags, his attainments in array formations would be greatly reduced. It was like Yukong not having a spirit weapon in his hand. It will be very dangerous at that time. You should retreat. If the array flags are gone, you can refine more. Zichen said again. He was very kind. Ma Yanqing was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. How could the array flags that took him decades to refine be gone just like that? You don't have to be hypocritical. You should break the array first. Don't boast that you can't even break the array after that. All right then. There was a smile in Zichen's eyes. He turned to the front and said in a deep voice, 60 meters ahead, 2 meters above the ground, "Stop the pill weapon and disperse the energy." Zichen's voice made many people stunned. Obviously, no one expected to use a pill weapon. First a spirit weapon and then a pill weapon. What an idiot. You think you can break the array with these things? Ma Yanqing sneered. He did not believe that Zichen could break the array at all. Swoosh! At this time, a wolf fang weapon appeared. Under Lu Mingyong's control, it accurately flew to a place 60 meters in front of Zichen. Then the energy of the pill weapon dispersed and swept the surrounding space. Boom! Like a fuse. The moment this energy appeared, the entire formation became frantic. Immediately after, this energy spread out and connected with the 32 spirit weapons. In the next moment, the spirit weapons trembled with resplendent brilliance and rippled with powerful auras. Boom! Chapter 322. The 2 arrays appeared, constantly clashing and colliding, making a series of explosions. A powerful aura rippled out in all directions. Everyone's expression changed. This energy was very terrifying. Even if one was in the air, they would be smashed into pieces. Buzz. Ma Yanqing's face was extremely ugly. Such a scene was far beyond his expectations. His attainments in arrays were very deep, but he had never seen such a broken array. The destructive aura hit him, and his body lit up with rays of light. This was a defensive array. The brilliance flowed, blocking the destructive energy impact for him. Boom! Within the loud explosion, the formation exploded. The aura of destruction rippled out, and the 32 spirit armaments were sent flying in all directions by the shockwave, as if they were bolts of cold lightning. At the same time, Ma Yanqing's 8 formation flags were also sent flying by the shockwave of energy. At the same time, the flagpole that was filled with inscriptions emitted cracking sounds as cracks appeared. Puff! Under the impact of the powerful energy, the defensive array around Ma Yanqing's body was instantly shattered. At the same time, he was also sent flying, coughing out blood. He flew for dozens of meters and finally landed awkwardly. The array was broken, and the stone door appeared again, but there were no corpses left. The rogue cultivators before had obviously been killed by the array. It's broken. The array is finally broken. As expected of the little master, he can even break such an array. There were exclamations all around. Everyone looked at Ziqin again. Obviously, the other party's attainments in arrays were far beyond Ma Yanqing's. The array was broken, but no one stepped forward. Everyone still had some lingering fear in their hearts. Moreover, there was an array here, and maybe there was another one. No one wanted to die inexplicably. Brat, you did it on purpose. Ma Yanqing climbed up from the ground. He was very embarrassed. His defensive array was broken, and his clothes were tattered. He glanced at Ziqin, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The 8 array flags had flown back, but there were cracks all over them. The luster was dim. This was something that he had spent a lot of money to refine. It was equivalent to half of his life. At this moment, seeing the cracks on it, Ma Yanqing's heart was bleeding. Grandmaster, you're wrong. I did remind you before, but you insisted on not retreating. Ziqin chuckled. With the formation broken, the group of sect masters looked at him with much friendlier eyes. At this moment, he was not afraid that Ma Yanqing would suddenly attack. Brat, consider yourself ruthless. I, Ma Yanqing, will remember what happened today. There will be a day when you will regret it. Ma Yanqing coldly said. It's my honor to be remembered by a formation grandmaster. Ziqin smiled faintly. All right, both grandmasters, let's not quarrel anymore. What's important is to enter the depths. I wonder if there are still any formations here. Someone in the air spoke up. Clearly, this was the instruction of the grandmaster level. Ask him. Ma Yanqing snorted. Helpless, Yukong could only look at Ziqin. Of course. Ziqin nodded and said, confidently, and more than one. The crowd was in an uproar, but even more people were rejoicing. Fortunately, they hadn't been greedy. Otherwise, they would have died for nothing. However, these formations aren't very powerful. They're just the peripheral ones. Once the main formation is broken, these will be broken quickly, said Ziqin. Then I'll have to trouble you, young grandmaster. Then Ziqin, under Elder Mo's spiritual will, commanded Yukong to break the remaining formations. Just as Ziqin had said, the remaining formations were much easier. They only needed to use a few spirit items to break them. Young Grandmaster is so young, but he already has such attainments in formations. In the future, his name will definitely spread throughout the southern region. What do you mean by spread throughout the southern region? Spread throughout the Martial Heaven continent. During this time, Ziqin heard many compliments, but he remained unmoved. That was because he knew nothing about formations. It was all Elder Mo's credit. Elder Mo repeatedly sighed at the mysteries of the formations, while Ziqin didn't understand the slightest. Bang! With a loud bang, another formation was broken. All right, a total of 9 formations have been broken. We can go in now. Ziqin sighed with relief. Previously, Ma Yanqing hadn't said a single word. She had only looked at him coldly. Are you sure there are no more formations here? But just as Zichen finished speaking, Ma Yanqing suddenly asked, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Ma Yanqing's question caused those people who were preparing to enter the formations to stop. They looked at Zichen in confusion. What do you mean? Zichen looked at her. I said, are you sure there are no more formations here? This place is safe. Ma Yanqing sneered at Zichen. Of course I'm sure, Zichen said. He was very confident. Humph, as expected of a child. Ma Yanqing sneered inside, but her expression didn't change. Since you're so sure, why don't you go in yourself? Why do you want others to go in first? What do you mean? Zichen stared at Ma Yanqing. I mean, since you're the one who broke the formations, you should go in first. The two of them had a conflict again, but at this moment no one stopped them. Those experts who had stepped forward also retreated. Their expressions changed, and they didn't dare to step forward again. Are you questioning my attainments and formations? Asked Zichen. Of course not. I just hope that you can go in first. Ma Yanqing sneered. Humph, I'll go in. Zichen snorted, but he didn't move. His eyes looked forward as if he wanted to see through everything. Boy, aren't you very confident in your attainments and formations? This is the formation you broke. Why don't you dare to go in? Who says I don't dare? If you dare, then go in. I'll go in. Zichen still didn't move, staring at the stone gate in front of him. Ma Yanqing was so angry that his nose was crooked. He said angrily, Boy, if you still have a little bit of dignity, go in yourself. I'll go in. Zichen still didn't move, staring at the gate in front of him, trying to see what was going on. Ma Yanqing was furious. This junior was really shameless. Little master, since everyone calls you master, obviously they recognize your attainments and formations. Since you think there's no problem with the formation, why don't you go in yourself? Yeah, could it be that the master deliberately left a formation to harm people? Or is there something wrong with the formation, and the little master's attainments and formations are not enough to see it? Seeing that Zichen didn't move, the few geniuses sneered. This time no one stopped them. Obviously, they could see that Zichen didn't have enough confidence. Zichen turned his head and said with a faint smile, I'm confident in my attainments and formations. I can conclude that there's no formation here. If that's the case, then go in. Gung Lu said with a mocking face. The other geniuses also joined in. As for Ma Yanqing, he obviously didn't want to bother with Lin Fan. He was too shameless. He didn't dare to make a judgment, so he wouldn't go in. Haha, very well, then I'll go in and let you see. But don't regret it when I get something. Zichen had a strange smile on his face. Haha, the master is indeed a master. If that's the case, then please. Ma Yanqing also said in a low voice. Yes, since the little master is so sure, then please. It was the first time he called Zichen the little master, but looking at his expression, he didn't look happy. Well, don't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen turned around and strode towards the stone gate. He was very decisive. Some of the grandmasters frowned and felt that something was wrong. They wanted to stop him. If he really got the treasure, it would be bad. But before they could say anything, Zichen arrived in front of the stone gate and stepped on a formation. With a flash, a large formation appeared and swallowed Zichen in an instant. Without a sound, without even a scream, Zichen's figure disappeared. Haha, idiot. Seeing Zichen disappear, Ma Yanqing laughed out loud. He can't even see the hidden formation. What kind of master is he? Everyone's expression changed. The little master disappeared just like that. Haha, a master killed by a formation. It's really funny. What kind of formation master is this? He can't even see if there's a formation. The other geniuses also laughed. They had been suppressed along the way, and now they could finally hold their heads high. How could this be? The little master's previous performance proves that his attainments in formations are very high. Why can't he see that there's a formation here? Even more people were puzzled. On the surface, there are 9 great formations connected together. If you use force to break them, it will trigger the other great formations, making the formation even stronger. However, other than the 9 great formations, there is also a hidden formation. If I had not read similar ancient books, I am afraid I would have overlooked it. He deserved to die. Ma Yanqing laughed loudly, very carefree. He had finally killed the other party. Sigh. Sighs rang out from the crowd. They all felt that it wasn't worth it for the little master. This hidden formation isn't very strong. It's easy to break, but if you're sucked into it, you'll definitely die. The cracked flag once more began to spin, emitting rays of light. Then a powerful aura surged, and the formation exploded. The formation disappeared. As expected, there was no one inside. The little master was dead. Disappointment spread. Everyone felt that it was a pity. A formation master, whose name would resound throughout the continent, had died so carelessly. Only the previous geniuses felt very happy. All right, there are no more formations here. We can go in and search for treasures. The inheritance is very likely inside. This time, Ma Yanqing was very confident. Several geniuses flew up and pushed open the stone gate. Crack, crack. The stone door was pushed open, producing a sound. Just as the stone door was pushed open a crack, an austere aura surged out. The terrifying, murderous aura made people tremble. Everyone's expression changed. They were very vigilant. This murderous intent was much more terrifying than the previous 2 levels. The stone gate was completely pushed open, causing a huge tremor. Boom! At the same time, a surge of murderous intent surged out. It seemed to materialize, causing the geniuses who had pushed open the gate to retreat rapidly. The murderous intent filled the air, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with shock. Inside the stone door, there were many stone statues that emitted a terrifying aura. Moreover, the moment the stone door was pushed open, the soul lock of the divine seal was activated. All the stone statues' petrified skin disappeared, and they turned into experts. They were holding ancient weapons or pill weapons. Their empty eyes were filled with boundless murderous intent. Clang! Chapter 3:23. This was an army of stone statues. After the stone door opened, they rushed out of the stone door with ancient and alchemy weapons, heading towards the group of cultivators. Clang! Killing intent pervaded the air as the joint attack technique appeared once more. A gigantic spear, more than 10 meters, long shot out from the stone statues. It would slay any god it encountered, slay any human it encountered. Puff! Puff! Red light flashed and blood splattered. Yukong, who had pushed open the door, was instantly pierced by the spear. At the same time, he flew back with the spear, bringing a large amount of blood with him. The slaughter began in an instant. Everyone's expression changed, and they quickly retreated. Clang! Clang! At the same time, more spear lights appeared, carrying the momentum of a joint attack. The power was terrifying, and it could kill everything. At this moment, the spear lights illuminated the sky, and the light was dazzling. The stone statues began their first wave of slaughter, and almost no one could stop them. Screams and cries for help rang out continuously. Broken fingers and arms flew in the sky. All the forces were stunned at the first moment. This was close to a massacre. Wang. With a trembling sound, a wolf-fang weapon soared into the sky, surging with a terrifying aura. In the end, it suddenly fell down like a black dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Pung! The spear light shattered like tofu, and the energy exploded. At the same time, the black dragon rushed down quickly, sweeping over a dozen stone statues below. The destructive energy shattered the stone statues and spirit weapons. To resist the stone statue army, only alchemy weapons could be used. Swoosh! A sharp sword light soared into the sky. It was dazzling, and its power was terrifying. It rushed toward the stone statues at an extremely fast speed. Puff! Puff! Wherever the sword light passed, everything was destroyed. The stone statues collapsed, turning into dust. The spirit weapons also dissipated. This time, the major forces came prepared. Each of them took out their alchemy weapons, and the strongest Yukong controlled them to launch a destructive attack. In Wang Jinwei's hand was a sword of fire. The blazing flames caused the space around it to distort unceasingly. With a single strike, the sword of fire flashed with a bright red light, as though a fire dragon was born. The scarlet light dyed the sky red, and large amounts of stone statues crumbled apart. Qi Qingqiu was a martial ancestor. He was extremely powerful and belonged to the same faction as Miao Kong. He held a heaven art halberd that surged with a terrifying aura as he destroyed the stone statue experts, one after another. Dazzling attacks continued to appear. After the pill weapon, it was the spirit weapon that was controlled in the air. Only when the experts of the major forces intervened did they stop the stone statues' one-sided massacre. Pooh! Suddenly, a spear light shot out from the stone statue and pierced through Yukong's chest. After that, the light on the spear light surged and Yukong's body exploded. A stone statue that was at the ancestor level when he was alive made his move. His attack was very sharp, and he almost instantly killed Zephyr. The pill weapon in his hand was even more indestructible. Humph! With a cold snort, the ground suddenly shook and an old man walked out. He was tall and mighty, and his eyes were like lightning. His entire body was filled with an aura that caused people to tremble. Overflowing energy surged as he struck out with a terrifying attack. Even the void was stirred up. Overflowing energy formed a powerful battle technique that descended, causing the heaven and earth to tremble as it blasted towards the stone statue. Qi! In the stone statue expert's hand, the long spear danced. Silver light flashed as his entire body rose into the air, becoming one with the spear as he struck out with a powerful attack. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded in the air, and a terrifying aura surged. Many stone statues below were shattered, and at the same time many human cultivators were killed. At this moment, no one held back. Everyone moved. The group of monsters also joined forces and struck out with powerful attacks. Among them, Wang Qiong and Wu Mo were the strongest. The two of them could almost fight a stone statue expert alone. There were too many stone statues. At this moment, they pressed forward, and the battle was very intense. Every moment, there were cultivators dying. Moreover, even if there were ancestor-level experts, the human side was still at a disadvantage. Pill weapon. The Lu family expert stood in the air, his robes fluttering. He suddenly shouted, "Go!" Lu Mingyong's hand shook, and the mace in his hand flew towards the Lu family expert. The latter caught it in his hand. An ancestor-level expert with a pill weapon was very terrifying. The moment the Lu family expert held the pill weapon, the aura around him completely changed. His entire body seemed to have suddenly grown taller, becoming abnormally tall. His eyes flashed, and a powerful aura surrounded him. At this moment, the mace in his hand also trembled. Boom! With the injection of energy, the entire mace went berserk. The surrounding space silently exploded, and a black hole appeared. It was like the mouth of the netherworld, and the Lu family expert stood in the middle of it. The terrifying pressure made people tremble. At this moment, the Lu family expert was filled with a dangerous aura. Boom! The pill weapon moved and suddenly smashed down. Streaks of black light lingered, and everywhere it passed, the space would constantly shatter. It was like a spreading black hole, smashing towards the stone statue expert below. Pow! The sky and earth trembled. The mace's power was unparalleled. The stone statue expert and his pill weapon turned into ashes in one hit. Moreover, the powerful energy made the ancestor-level experts' faces change. It is indeed the strongest pill weapon. Their eyes flashed and their expressions changed. At this moment, the Liu family expert held the pill weapon and turned into a beam of light, rushing towards the stone gate. Wherever he passed, he waved his mace, and the stone statues were shattered one by one. "Let's go." Seeing the Liu family expert disappear, the other ancestor-level experts' faces changed. Their hands shook, and one pill weapon after another appeared. Then they rushed towards the stone gate with the pill weapons in their hands. Damn it! Ma Yanqing's face was full of resentment, and he kept cursing in his heart. Helplessly, he could only grit his teeth and move forward. The 8 array flags revolved around him, forming a defensive array. He was in the middle of the array, rushing towards the stone gate. At the same time, powerful auras appeared and several ancestor-level experts flashed in. At this moment, they abandoned the main group and rushed through the stone gate alone. Zi Chen stepped into the hidden array, and his body was swallowed by the array, and he disappeared. However, he was not killed. Instead, he was brought to another place. This was a strange space. It was empty, and at a glance it was gray. As I expected, this is the core of the ruins. That hidden array is a teleportation array. In a flash, Elder Mo's figure appeared. The core of the ruins. Zi Chen was stunned. That's right. In the entire array, this is the core of the ruins. If there is an inheritance, it is very likely to be here. Elder Mo said. Inheritance? Elder Mo, didn't you say that there is no inheritance here? No, there must be an inheritance here. It's just that someone came here first and should have obtained the inheritance. And this is the place where the inheritance is obtained. Old Mo was very certain. That Junior thinks he's infallible. He thought this transmission array was an ordinary concealment array and deliberately let you enter. Presumably, that array has already been destroyed. They should have entered through the stone door. Then what is behind the stone gate? I don't know, but it is definitely not an inheritance. In this open area, Zi Chen didn't move at all. Around Elder Mo, his spiritual sense spread out to investigate the array. This is the core of the ruins and also the core of the array. The array is very powerful. One wrong step and you will be doomed eternally. Zi Chen did not say a word and quietly waited for Elder Mo's method of breaking the array. It is indeed terrifying. It is the 10-directional Nirvana array. After a long time, Elder Mo's exclamation was heard. Is the 10-directional Nirvana array very powerful? Zi Chen asked doubtfully. Of course it is. It is second only to the ancient array. Its power is terrifying. If you barge in without the correct path, even a master with an elixir weapon will be killed. Elder Mo said. So terrifying. Zi Chen gasped and asked worriedly, Can Elder Mo break the array? Elder Hiroshi stared ahead and said, Of course we can't break the formation, but finding a way out is not a problem. Now listen to my command. Don't take a wrong step. Okay. Zi Chen nodded. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud tremor and the space trembled. Zi Chen's body swayed and he almost fell. What a strong fluctuation. Zi Chen frowned. Boom! The tremor sounded again, and the entire space began to tremble violently. What's going on? Is this place going to collapse? Elder Mo shook his head and said, There should be a great battle. I'm afraid there is an even stronger existence behind the stone door. That hidden array leads to the core area. There is naturally no inheritance behind the stone door. It is normal for there to be great danger. After that, under Elder Mo's command, Zi Chen began to walk through the array. He walked very cautiously and carefully. Before each step, Elder Mo would warn him repeatedly, afraid that he would make a wrong step. One wrong step in the 10-directional Nirvana array, and you will be doomed eternally. Not to mention you, even a master would not be left with a corpse. You must be careful. Elder Mo warned again. During this time, the rumbling sounds continued. The entire space of the fourth floor, as well as the stone door, was in complete chaos. Whether it was the rogue cultivators or the major forces, they were all attacked by the stone statue powerhouses and suffered heavy casualties. Only a few masters and some powerful ones entered the stone door. The rest were fighting fiercely with the stone statue on the fourth floor. At the core of the array, Zichin carefully moved forward under Elder Mo's command. Sometimes he would advance, sometimes he would retreat. After 2 hours, he finally passed through the array safely. Phew! Zichin breathed a sigh of relief. His previous caution had made him break out in a cold sweat. The gray space disappeared, and in its place was a stone room. At the entrance of the stone room, a stone statue stood quietly guarding it. That is. Zichen's heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. This stone statue was more than 2 meters tall. It was very tall, and although there was no murderous intent around it, it gave Zichen a very dangerous feeling. And after seeing its petrified eyes, this feeling intensified. Zichen could not help but take a step back. What a strong stone statue, and its soul power did not dissipate at all. Elder Emo sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes were filled with shock. If this stone statue is released, it will definitely slaughter everyone. So strong. Of course, it can even slaughter those masters.